morning.
We surprisingly have everybody here, so thanks. It's a welcome surprise. I know Andrew thought he was going to have to be a little late today, so glad you're here. Good to see you. And welcome. Hopefully today is going to be a very exciting day for us. Hopefully it's going to be a very productive day as well. I'm excited about the agenda that we have. Jeff, I don't know if you want to hit on that real briefly to open us up. And then I will offer what are supposed to be a few words of inspiration and wisdom. It may be nothing more than me just rambling for a few minutes.
Well, I'll just say again, I thought yesterday evening was very good and informative, and I really commend staff and everyone for putting that together. I got to start to say I got home. I got to my daughter's house last night, and I was going over some of my notes and just touch on very briefly before I turn it over to the mayor. But I heard comments from council at the beginning of the meeting, things like how do we make our dollar go as far as we can? We want the town to continue to grow, get the community involved, make the best use possible of the tax dollar. We need clear shaped goals, communicate those goals. We have older infrastructure needs to be addressed. Grants are a possibility for that. The mayor talked about taking the next step and moving forward. And I think those are all very important and commendable things to be looking at. And then I looked at some of the notes of what the staff had put together, and I think the way you address the key priorities and infrastructure, things like infrastructure and employee needs, and just an array of things was put together very well. And then some of the things you addressed in the various individual sessions. So thank you, and I think that helped me, and I think that really does a good job of kicking off your this year's budget session. So we went over the agenda very briefly last night, and as I said yesterday, I think we all look forward to staff's presentations, and we've got the opportunity to go tour community assets and opportunities. Again, I think that's a very exciting opportunity today, and I think that's I don't know that I've ever facilitated a retreat that does that, and I think that's a wonderful idea to actually see some of the major projects that'll be talked about today. So it is a busy day, but as the mayor said, a very exciting day, and I look forward to it, and I look forward to ending the evening or the day with some of the looking at some of the key items and developing some consensus on those items as well. So, I didn't know if you were going to say anything or not before the mayor starts, but those are my comments. I'll turn it over to you, Mayor.
You good? Yep. The only thing I would want to say once again is thank you. I really appreciate the fact that we get to do this.
Yeah, and I'll echo that. I know it's a lot taking time away from everybody's day, whether it be board members or staff from the duties and obligations that y'all have each day. So thank you, and thank your staff that are picking up the slack for you today. All right, so we're going to kick it off. As you know, I like to do at least a few words of wisdom or inspiration. I'm going to save you the PowerPoint. Sorry, Steve. Oh, okay, you got one. Good. And this should be relatively quick. But as I mentioned last night, our theme for this year's strategic planning session is taking the next step. And I think the real reason for that is because we have built a strong foundation, a strong pathway that we've forged through our strategic plan over the last several years, since we first implemented that back in 2020, I guess. And each of you have been an instrumental part of making that plan come to life and become a reality. And I think the question now is we're several years into it, and we're starting to see the fruits of our labor. The planning happens first, and then the infrastructure and the projects and all of that come to life over time. And we're seeing that come to life right out in front of us right now is a great example. And we're going to see that today on our tours that we do. But I think what I want you to really be thinking about is what is the next step, right? We several years ago set up this idea that we want to be a model small town for all of North Carolina. And we're doing a lot of things that are getting us recognition and visibility statewide, especially here in Rowan County. And I think the question we now have to ask ourselves is, what is that next step that we take? Where do we go from here to continue that momentum? And so what I want to do is actually take a step back instead of a step forward right now. And let's think about the first step that we took back in 2019 and 2020, for those of you that were here. And so I would like to kind of get you to think about the ancient proverb. You've all heard it: a journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single what? Step. Right. Okay, so I'm going to give you a little history on this proverb. Actually, it's something I didn't quite realize, but the proverb of a journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step is the first found in the Tao Te Ching. It's a classical Taoist, Chinese Taoist text credited to Lao Tzu, and it's probably written around the 4th and 6th century BC. But the original text doesn't actually read, a journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. It reads, a journey of 1,000 li, which is a Chinese mile, starts beneath one's feet. Okay? So the proverb, a journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step, is a timeless and widely recognized saying that emphasizes the importance of taking the initial, albeit small, step towards achieving a goal or embarking on a new adventure. Often used to encourage persistence, patience, and determination, the phrase reminds us that every major accomplishment starts with a single action. And so the literal interpretation at its most basic level, the proverb suggests that every long and daunting journey, no matter how far or how challenging, must begin with a small and simple action. The idea is that even the most ambitious goals or dreams can be achieved by taking gradual and consistent steps towards them. We've dreamed a lot of really, really ambitious dreams as a town of 3,400 people over the last several years, and we're starting to see those dreams become reality, which is really exciting. There's more, as opposed to the literal interpretation, the figurative interpretation. At a deeper level, the phrase conveys the importance of perseverance, patience, and determination in achieving success. So we've accomplished a lot over the past several years. We've persevered through a lot of challenges. We've had a lot of patience. As local government, we know it doesn't move as quickly as all of us would want it to. And there's been a lot of determination, a lot of working together and pulling together to achieve the success that we have. The phrase itself emphasizes the significance of starting small, staying focused, and continuing to move forward despite obstacles or setbacks. And I want you to really focus on that, right? Really, we've started small. We developed a plan, right? It was an ambitious plan, but it was just a plan. It was words on paper of what we said we were going to do. And I think more importantly, there was the action that we've put into place over the last several years, that we've actually began to make that plan come to life and become a reality. And each of you are a part of that and responsible for that. And so I commend you for that. A couple key insights for the phrase that I want to bring to your attention is that every great accomplishment begins with a small intentional action. And so I want you to think back today as we go through things. Think on the successes that we've had, the successes that we've had as a town, that you've had individually, whether it be staff, your leadership, things that you've accomplished, or our board members. And just think that what was that small intentional action that you did that led to greater accomplishment and success? The other thing is that consistent effort and perseverance are essential for long-term success. And so this is really important. This really focuses on what is that next step, right? Because while that starting the journey may be the hardest step, that first step, and maybe the most important, the fact is, in order to complete the journey, you have to have that consistent effort, step after step, and persevere, especially when the going gets tough, to make sure that we have long-term success. And that's what we're all here for, right? We're not here for one project success or another project success. We're here for long-term success of our town, for our citizens. And then finally, overcoming inertia and fear of the unknown is crucial for progress, right? So it's kind of interesting. Inertia, right, is the law that when something's put into motion, it wants to stay in motion, right? That's good for us, right? But when we have to adapt and when we have to flex and change, and change our plans, we have to be able to overcome that inertia, right? We have to be able to be flexible enough and nimble enough to be able to change our course of action based on what our community needs. And I think we're starting to see some of that. The other thing, too, as far as in your daily life and how we apply this, we should consider the following strategies. One, we need to set small and achievable goals, right? I've talked to you about the BHAG, the big, hairy, audacious goals, and we set those, right? And we're achieving those. But I think we also need to make sure that we're looking and setting those small, achievable goals, breaking those larger tasks down into manageable steps that are going to prevent us, especially our staff, from feeling overwhelmed. The next is to cultivate a growth mindset. We need to view challenges as opportunities for growth and learning. We need to be honest with ourselves about things that maybe we aren't doing as well as we should. I've got a 13-year-old son. Many of you know Ashton, and he's a teenager now, and he acts like a teenager. And so, because of that, Meredith and I have to work really, really hard to instill in him a growth mindset because the child thinks he knows everything, and one day he might. But it's making sure that he's open to that growth mindset. And so it means in everything that we do, whether it's a board, whether it's town staff, our town in general, making sure that we're always open to feedback, right? That we're not closing ourselves off to what the community is saying. They may not say it in the nicest way. Usually they don't. But the fact is, when they say it, there's a reason that they say it. And we need to be open to that and take a growth mindset and see, all right, what's that next step that we can take to make our community a better place and take care of the needs of all of our citizens. And then finally, take initiative. And I think this is so important, that we can't wait for perfection. I tend to be a perfectionist. The older I've gotten, the less perfectionist I've gotten because I've messed up a whole lot. But we don't need to wait for perfection. We need to take the first step towards our goals today, right? And so that's making sure that we're taking those steps, that we're not sitting back and waiting for the perfect time to do it. And I can think of some examples where we've waited on some things that we probably need to go ahead and move forward, as opposed to waiting for it to be the perfect time. Had we waited for it to be the perfect time for our park when we knew we had all of the money, we probably still would not be under construction. And yet we took a risk. We took a leap of faith, a step of faith, whatever that next step was, and we made sure that that we had most of the money in hand, but we had faith that we would rally together and pull together, and our community would pull together, and that we would raise the funding to make that happen. And we're so excited that we've been able to do that. Thank you, Joe. I want to kind of remind you that a journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. It reminds us of the importance that we start small by taking that initial leap of faith, and we've done that. It also highlights the significance of perseverance and patience in achieving our goals, no matter how daunting it may seem. By breaking down our objectives into manageable steps, we can overcome obstacles and progress towards our destination. So the next time that any of us feel overwhelmed by a task or a dream or a strategic plan, we need to remember that all it takes is one small step to set us on the path to success. We need to embrace the journey, and we don't need to underestimate the power of that first step, or for that matter, the next. So in closing, I'd like for us to remember that the next step in our journey is just like the first, at least according to the original text of the ancient Chinese proverb. A journey of 1,000 li, or a Chinese mile, starts beneath one's feet. So that first step is not any different than the next one we're about to take, right? It's beneath our feet and the path is before us. So let's remember that while the first step is always the hardest, the start of the journey is no longer important. It isn't. It's behind us. But rather, continuing the journey that is already beneath our feet is what is important. The journey we've already embarked on, the journey can't continue unless we take the next step. To reach our destination of a small town and to achieve the results we're seeking, we must keep the momentum and build on the pathway that has already been forged beneath our feet over the last several years. So I encourage you today, as we strategically plan for our future, to take stock of our successes, but also be honest with ourselves about the needs of our community that still lie before us. Let's set our sights on addressing those needs and let that be the path that we forge with our next steps. So as we move forward with our strategic planning session and take those next steps, let's remember that our plan is what guides us. Or as, I can't even say the guy's name, Epictetus said, we all carry the seeds of greatness within us, but we need an image as a point of focus in order that they may sprout. And that is exactly what our strategic plan is. So thank you all. I look forward to working with you today. It's going to be a great day.
Thank you, Mayor. I think the League of Municipalities should record that and play that for all their cities in town. So that was wonderful. Thank you very, very much. I think it now is time to start off with staff presentations and board discussion. And we'll go ahead and get started. If there's no questions before we get started, and the first thing on the agenda is the financial update and early revenue projections. That's always a fun way to start the day. Peter, do you have something to say?
Look, I just logistically, and so Heather's got a microphone that's currently pointed up, but that microphone can be passed around. If you don't have a microphone in front of you, you could either stay and use that or use the lectern microphone, but we want to make sure we're using the microphone so that, of course, we're live streaming this and recording it so that make sure all the discussion can be picked up for those purposes. Ooh, yeah, Mike. Mike,
Ricky, buy it.
Mike's indicating. Yeah, you
Can I
can
just leave it here?
Sounds like it needs to be close.
I'll hold it. Is that better?
Yep.
Okay. Fine. I'll listen to the rules. All right. So, in your packet, I'm just basically going to go over the numbers that are there, and some of the reasons why. Or I'm just going to go over the numbers that are there. So I wanted to explain some of where we are right now with our revenues. That we're basically on target with the majority of our revenues. There's a couple things that are kind of off. The vehicle tax is one of those. That $10 vehicle tax that we implemented this year. We're only at 36%, and I've reached out to the county and to the state for that, just to see if we projected correctly or why that's there. I haven't received anything back, so I'll follow up on that. Our investment earnings are not where we had budgeted for the 24-25 year because some of our my anticipation was to have more money in our investment account, and because just expenditures on projects, that's where the funds are. We have closed out our Powell bill account and put it all into general fund because we separated out with the 20 fund and the 10 fund, and that was recommended from the League of Municipalities with our transition into Black Mountain software. So that basically puts more money into our investment account so that our interest there will be larger, if that makes sense. And then our sale of fixed assets, we're still working on selling that the old fire engine. So those are the three things that I saw that we needed to improve on. And then our revenue projections, if you'll look at the second page there, it'll tell you our estimated property tax revenue. And if you'll see that with the current tax rate and our evaluations, how they have went up slightly, that you'll see that our projected revenue estimates at 98% calculation rate is going to be $2.3 million. And then our sales and use tax with the Department of Revenue and all the estimates and the discussion that has come across the league, that's basically going to be flat. But as of right now, we are about 4% over last year in that sales and use tax. So I estimated a 1% increase there. And that led to $1,206,000. Are there any questions with those? And I know that in my brief, in my explanation there, I said that the revenues were $4 million, were projected to be $4.5 million. That does not include any grants in there, and it does not include any appropriated fund balance. So I just wanted to give you an update there. Are there any questions with what you see there?
Heather, you mentioned that the investments were not what you'd hoped for. Are we set to keep those in a specific product, or do we have flexibility?
We have some flexibility, but North Carolina Capital Management Trust is the most, it's the most secure. And that's basically where we're keeping our investments right now.
And I would say based on the markets right now,
Yes.
we
Yeah,
want
I
to be secure.
understand. I know
Yes,
you don't want
that's
to move
where-
stuff around, yeah.
And just to add in, I think some of what we're seeing in our investments also has to do with our particular cash flow right now, as we are waiting some significant grant reimbursements.
Right.
Our amount that we had available to be in the capital management trust was lower than what would have been otherwise.
Two questions on the current situation with the vehicle tax. I mean, with tax and tag together that we all pay directly to the DMV, why is that lagging so far behind? I mean, I'm asking a rhetorical question that you don't know that, but I mean,
I'm asking the same. It's the same
Yeah.
question, and I mean, I'm not sure. I don't know the trend of the way taxes are brought in. If that's something for property taxes, we get the majority of that around the September, October. But as far as a vehicle tax, I don't know. That's just the easy
So
question.
here's another
So,
question. Have they confirmed that it actually got billed once we implemented that?
that's a good question, and I can ask that.
Because that would be the concern, is there was a lag in them actually getting that added to the bills. And so we had a few months where it wasn't actually being billed as it should have been.
Well, and there probably is inherently a lag, because I know those the renewal notices typically come out, say, I think 3 months in
before.
advance. So
Yeah.
in my mind, that could lead to a 3-month inherent.
Which that would be that,
shortfall.
what, 25% or so off? I mean, that would explain it.
Yep. It could have been, but
So maybe it was a planning issue on our part, but we didn't budget for that there was going to be a 3-month lag where we probably weren't going to get.
the other
Yeah,
part
sure.
is I believe we would have discussed this and maybe considered that it could catch up on the other end of it. But if we can confirm all of that,
how much are we talking about? I mean, at 14%, but how much we?
Let's see. In the general fund, we budgeted 13,000, and we're at 4,000 for the year. So because we split it between Powellville and general fund, so we budgeted 26,000, and we're right at a little over 9.
So not a huge amount.
No,
the
it's
end of
not.
May.
Yeah,
But
it's just
still, it's.
the
we need to
percentage
figure
is
out what's
what.
going on.
Yeah, that was what's alarming.
I guess the second question is on the 1% growth on the sales tax. And I'm questioning your numbers. I guess I'm throwing it out here.
Yeah.
I do not believe consumer spending is going to stay where it's at.
Okay.
That is not. There's nothing I see in the news suggests that's going to happen. Do we need to go zero on that, or perhaps even pull that down? As I don't know.
I don't see it going less than it is, mainly because the price of certain things are going up.
Sure.
Right. But I am concerned, just like you are, especially with the fragility of the markets right now.
Discretionary budget.
Yeah, what's going to happen there? And so, I mean, I guess the question we need to look at, though, is what our historical rates here in Spencer. And like you said, it was 4%
Well,
this past year.
from beginning of the year until now, yes, it's a 4% growth.
Yeah.
And that's one of the reasons why I kept it at 1. I still see that a little bit of growth, and that 1% is what, $12,000. So
Keep in mind, the other thing is that sales tax is based on population
Yeah.
as well. And so as our population grows, there's still going to be inherent growth in that.
Yeah.
the other thing about sales tax is we get very helpful guidance usually at the beginning of April from the League of Municipalities, where they will share a report on statewide trends and do projections, and then we try to wind up more conservative in our projection than what they're suggesting. So that will certainly be a factor of trying to land that in terms of the budget. But that this is at this point kind of just a preliminary estimate.
Anything else?
Does it concern you?
Does the numbers? As a whole, the revenues for the property tax and sales and use does not concern me. Because I know that there's some things that we can shave off our expenditure side. And I don't mean shave off as far as not taking care of those or not getting what we need. It's just, our department heads are really good about saying, let me shop around for the price of this, shop around for the price of that. They're really great about making sure that they stick to their budget on certain things. There's things that come up that we can't control, but they're really good about keeping those in. And if I say to them, hey, we're running low on this, and like Joel and his fuel, he'll say, well, this is what I can do to kind of to make it by through the year and stuff. So they're really good about that. But
That's great.
there are some
and
things
there again,
I
that
think
goes back to getting the best value
right
for the
for sure.
tax dollar. So thank you. Board, any other questions on the finance update? Okay. Thanks, Heather.
All right, we're ready to move on to the recodification project update.
Oh, he has a PowerPoint. Hold on, I gotta
I'm
get
sorry,
it.
I got the wrong, that's my mistake.
Here we go. Yeah, so the next traffic.
I have learned through time to speak from the podium so I can duck and jog around if y'all decide to throw something at me.
I know what happened, it's all right. Well, I did have the new agenda, I think okay. Right. Okay.
We'll wait for the mayor. Yeah, go ahead. I don't want you to miss my PowerPoint.
Yeah, there's another screen he could
Let
see.
me start by echoing the mayor's comments, and I want to compliment you on your ability to use your foresight to do good things along the way. We sometimes don't recognize how beneficial it is to get the planning done, even when you don't have hope of accomplishing something, because you don't have the funding, or you don't have the manpower, or you don't have the time to do it at that point. An example of why the planning ahead counts would be the project that Joe's got going as far as the water access on Grants Creek off of 7th Street. A year or so ago, a developer was planning to build a townhome project on 7th Street. And I asked if they would mind clearing a little spot for us to have a parking lot as a trailhead to the Standback Forest Trail system, which didn't exist on that side at that time. And Joe's idea hadn't even come up as far as the water access. That project has since slowed down, may not get built. But since I asked while they were doing their site plans, they went ahead and did a drawing, a full architectural set for our 7th Street trailhead. And then when Joe found a grant that would pay for the waterway, he said, Steve, I need a plan of our parking lot. And I was able to click 2 buttons on the computer and hand him a plan. Completely completed architectural plan of that parking lot. And now Joe's got the money to do it all, and we'll get that parking lot built. So doing the planning ahead of time is sort of like that one step at a time that the mayor's talking about. And that's sort of what I'm bringing you today, is something that's going to be a planning project, not so much an implementation project to start with. When I arrived here three years ago, a little over, Chief Lanning came to me and said, Steve, we got a problem on some of our streets. We can't get fire engines down when there's cars parked on both sides. And here I am 3.5 years later coming back with the time to go ahead and get started trying to fix that problem. So, if I can get the pointer to work, Mike. There we are. Y'all seen this slide before. I presented it to you when we were looking at the Lincoln Avenue annexation. The width of a fire truck requires 11.5 feet just to pass, 20 feet to operate. Mike, is it me or you? Or not to give options like that.
Steve, try playing it
Why don't we go to the next
Yeah. Is it on?
It is on. Oh, we're jumping way ahead. So it was taking my inputs and just not clicking. Okay. So what I did was I started looking at how much space we have on our streets and how much we need. And obviously, for just a lane for a fire truck, we need roughly 12 feet. If you're going to park cars on the side, you need 9 feet for a parking space and that 11.5 feet for a fire truck or a car to pass. So you're up to 20 feet. Roughly the same thing for two-way traffic. Roughly 22 feet. If you want to park on both sides and have room to come down the middle, you're up to 30 feet. And same thing for two-way traffic and parking on one side of the street, about 30 feet. This is what we allow almost everywhere in Spencer. We allow two-way traffic and we allow parking on both sides of the street. And to accomplish that, by my calculations, you need 40-foot wide street, but you don't really need a 40-foot wide street. I went and made some tables, but this is why you don't need a 40-foot street, because that fire engine has the right of way. When he comes down the street, everybody's supposed to get out of his way. So what you need is a traffic lane that he can get through, and you need it to be wide enough so that if we're going to allow parking on both sides of the streets, that we leave roughly a 12-foot lane for him. Let's see what we've got. 400 block of South Carolina Avenue, 60-foot right-of-way, 30-foot paved surface. Again, we allow parking on both sides of the street and two-way traffic. 200 block of South Grow Land, same 60-foot right-of-way, but we're down to 24 feet of pavement. We allow parking on both sides and traffic both directions. The 1100 block of Charles Street, what could become one of our major thoroughfares through town, is only 22 feet wide. And although that picture shows you nobody parking along that street, it is allowed. People can park on both sides of the street. 400 block of South Iredale, same thing, 24 feet. Here's McCubbin's, 16 feet of pavement. And yet we allow two-way traffic and parking on both sides of the street. 2nd Street, 18 feet of pavement. You're starting to get the idea. Here's a road the mayor and I travel on every day, 17th Street. Although it looks fairly large when there's no cars parked on it, if you park cars on both sides, you can barely get a car through. Even without cars parked on both sides, you get a little nervous passing another car going the other way. And it's variable up through there, 18 to 24 feet of paved surface. So I'll give you a quick exam, which streets are wide enough in town to support the existing traffic patterns. Based on my calculations for roads, there's only 4. Salisbury Avenue is obviously wide enough. It's got a 100-foot right-of-way and a lot of pavement. But the 100 block of 4th and 5th Street were built wide to accommodate the diagonal parking on one side. And then Whitehead, and I still don't know exactly why Whitehead is so wide in front of the high school, but it is very, very wide. So if we were to do a traffic and parking study, what would we do? We would identify the high traffic corridors, and on those, it's probably not a question of traffic patterns and whether we allow parking or not. It's starting to consider whether those corridors are adequate to carry the future traffic. And if they're not, we need to start thinking about preserving some right-of-way for future widening of those main corridors. And then all the other streets in our town, we need to look at them. And we need to figure out if the current traffic pattern and parking situation is the one that best suits our community. And the reason that I'm before you today suggesting that we actually do a study is that it's probably fairly easy to go out there and identify 1 or 2 streets that are a problem and give you a solution to those 1 or 2 streets. We don't need to do a big study to do that. To do it efficiently so that our town has good circulation for traffic, so that our citizens have efficient ways to get to their homes, so that our fire trucks have a way to fight fires, so that everything works in concert. The only way to do it is to hire an outside resource to come in and do a full-blown plan of all the streets, or at least all the streets in our core. And that's what I'm suggesting, that as you roll into your budget process, you give that some thought. Now, again, I would assume somebody would ask me, how much is this going to cost, before you start thinking about those kind of things. I know Heather will. And my answer to you is I don't really know. I've contacted several consultants. I've had prices quoted from $15,000 to $75,000.
I was going to say 50.
And 50 is what I would have guessed. If we limit it, instead of saying all the roads in Spencer, we go from like Whitehead to Salisbury Avenue and some 17th Street to maybe First Street or something like that, the price comes down. Somebody suggested our MPO might actually pay for some of the planning. And although our head of that, Bill Conrad, was at first skeptical when he started asking DOT about it, they said, sure, we'll chip in and help do a traffic study. So that's what I've been here for today. I put this in red so you will, as elected officials who get all the phone calls, will think about this. Once we start a planning process and finish that process and come to you with an implementation plan, it will involve making some of the streets in town one-way traffic. It will involve having either one-side parking only or no parking allowed on some streets. And that is going to anger and upset and inconvenience for a while some of our citizens. So you're going to get those phone calls, and they're going to fuss at you about doing that to their street. But these two guys over here are going to thank you for it.
Well, we're already getting the phone calls about not doing it.
Not being able to do it. And even in our public comment session yesterday, our lone citizen brought this up just out of the blue. Can we fix some of these problems in the historic district to help us be able to sell these houses, market these houses? Because people now come, and that's the funny thing about it, if you went out there right now, or sent our consultant out there right now, he would say, you don't have a problem. There's no cars parked out here. We're all at work. It's when you come to work in the morning or come over here at night, or when we go home this afternoon, Mr. Mojave will tell you on 17th Street, some mornings down towards my end on Pickett, there are cars parked on that little 3 or 4 feet of dirt to the point where you have to slow to a creek to get around the corner. And it's a dangerous situation. So the person that will call you up and thank you is the guy who an ambulance can get to their house without having to go around the block, or somebody whose house didn't burn down because the fire truck can get there. And certainly Joel's guys are going to thank you because it's going to facilitate trash pickup. And you will no longer have to fight people back and forth about where they can put the trash cans. So this process has multiple good things about it. It will have some negatives. So I just wanted to prepare you for that. And I think I've done my job. I'll turn it over to Joel.
We're way ahead of schedule. I will add a comment about that. Speaking of trash, though, we do now have automated collection with ideally somebody inside the truck and a mechanical arm picking it up on one side of the truck. So when you introduce one-way streets, you got to figure that, you got to factor that part into it, how that's going to affect the operation of that truck. So we wouldn't necessarily want to have one-way streets all over town. It would have to be a careful selection of where that would be appropriate.
And that's why you do the whole plan first, to figure it all out, and then we implement it in a strategic manner so that it works, basically. I'll be glad to answer any questions since we got all this time. I could have done a longer PowerPoint. But
Just a quick thought is, now, I think this is a great idea. Now, when to do it and where to find the money is a separate question, but I mean, I think this is forward thinking. We always get questions about alleyways. And, from looking at the planning listserv, there's all kinds of questions about alleyways all the time. is this going to renew the importance of alleyways? And I'd say that because that probably needs to be part of this in terms of our thinking if and when we do this.
I get some of my best ideas when I'm taking a shower, and that one popped into my mind this morning. We actually hate the idea of alleyways, but from a planning perspective, what they call rear-served housing is a very progressive idea. And I expect when you bring in an outside resource and he sees all those alleyway right-of-ways sitting there, part of the solution will be, let's use this alleyway for access to these houses, and therefore do away, if we're going to do away with parking on their street, let's clean up an alleyway here and an alleyway there to allow them rear access to their property. So I totally agree with you.
Then that opens up Pandora's box.
A big one.
We're going to fix it.
A big one. But again, do the planning, and
Yeah.
then when an opportunity presents itself to implement it, do the implementation.
Leslie.
Let me point out that, and obviously I'm historical, and by the way, the narrow road is not just on historic streets. They're everywhere. I'm just kind of biased because I feel that historic district more than that. But the original alleys, had carriage houses on them, and you were expected to park your carriage car using the alley to access your parking spot. I live it 24/7 because my only parking spots are utilizing the alley, which is either public or private, depending on the situation. But I think that our alleys do have some potential to ease some of this problem, and maybe even make it more palatable to the public, because we're not going to sell homes unless we can provide parking and traffic. And this is a way to, and I think we need to look at the utilization of your alleys. Some of your alleys are falling into disrepair, but could be redeveloped.
Well, and see, herein lies the question: whose alleys are they? They're not our alleys. But that, I think Leslie brings up a great point. We've got to get some solid guidance on how we're handling alleys.
I realize, so I guess on that, I know they're not ours per se, but that's only because we have not accepted dedication, right?
Well, when the town was platted out back in 1903 or whenever, the alleyways were platted.
Sure.
And that property at the time was owned by the railroad. They owned all this property. And at some point, they sold the property off, but they didn't sell the alleyways. So I expect if you did a title search, the person that actually owns the right-of-ways was that old railroad company. Whether they still own it or not, I'm sure they don't want it, but as far as ownership goes, you're never going to find a deed where it says the town owns it. You're not going to find a deed that says the property owners on either side own it. There is by statute a way to close an unopened right-of-way, and we have used that statute from time to time to close them and give the property to either side. If we decided we wanted to go in and develop some of those alleyways, we'd have to get the guy that usually sits right there to do some research as to our right to do that. Right now, we say they are publicly owned. We all own them. But
the responsibility of maintaining them is up to each individual property owner. And I think that's where we get into the issue.
The only regulation we have is that you can't block an alleyway, and that's protecting one property owner from another property owner. If you go out and look, some of them have buildings built in. Some of them have churches built in. A lot of them have swimming pools built in. So there would be another layer of complexity to say, let's open all the alleyways. When I first got here, my response was, let's close all the alleyways. But it was going to be very, very difficult to do that, basically because of the surveying problem. So it's just another option, another tool in the toolbox if we get to that point. No.
So I have this imperfect analogy about alleyways, but it requires a certain amount of life experience to understand analogy. Is everyone here of an age that they know what a slide rule is? Well, a slide rule is this thing that we used to have back in high school a
Yeah.
long time ago. And it had the ability to manipulate it so that you would come up with answers. And it had this little red line on it that you could adjust, and it's called the cursor. You have cursors and computers. And with alleys, the town is the cursor. You have the ability to manipulate that line to come up with the answer that solves your problem. And so I said it was an imperfect analogy, but the function of the general statutes around this, I apologize for lecturing to an attorney about this, is that you have dominion and the ability to move the cursor. And so there is no one size fits all with alleys, but you have the slide rule, you have the cursor, you have the ability to solve the problem. And I think alleyways can be part of an answer. I will point out that wider streets means faster traffic speeds. I think of the steeplechase as the one sort of modern subdivision, if you will, where people drive the fastest. And so we have traffic calming in our narrow streets. And so things like use of alleys, improving pedestrian facilities is one thing to think about. Selective widening, and then I had one other one on the tip of my head, but maybe neighborhood parking lots, could be a thing to think about too. So Steve's right. Do the plan, figure it out. One size doesn't fit all, and it's going to help situations with emergency services. I'll sit down.
Thanks for the slide rule analogy.
Yeah.
I was worried you were going to give us an abacus analogy.
Yeah, the abacus is another tool I'm very familiar.
There's one street that I'm on a regular basis, and I think it's because from Salisbury, I come through the Standback Forest on a regular basis.
Yeah.
It just makes me feel like I'm, in the mountains or something. I don't know. But anyway, I think it's maybe Yadkin, or I'm not sure what the name of the street is. But every time I come through there, I think I need to fold my mirrors in because there are cars on both sides, and I'm almost afraid I'm going to sideswipe something every single time.
Yeah.
And this is not during evening hours when everybody's home from work. I mean, I'm not out running. Yeah, it's in the daytime. And I just cringe every time I drive through there. Yeah.
I know people cringe when they say
Well,
coming.
so here's a question, Chief File for Law Enforcement. How often do y'all get calls about vehicle damage with cars?
Here to share that.
Okay.
I actually just ran it. So for 2024, not per se vehicle damage, but we responded 17 times for basically traffic complaints due to parking, where car, and somebody says it's too tight. Yeah. Now, unfortunately, you can imagine how that goes. That we usually leave with one of those two vehicles being mad because we ask them to move. And we can't per se force them to move unless they're really blocking traffic, which typically, except for Joel and the fire truck, the garbage truck, they're not really blocking traffic. People just don't like having to slow down and squeeze between two vehicles, so they call and complain about it. So it's definitely an issue, but as far as actual wrecks, I don't know if I can really pull that number. That would
Yeah,
I
know.
I'll probably get the number.
We get arrows, sideswiping, mirrors hitting, and stuff like that.
Yeah, it would not be many. I could probably pull that number. We'd have to go back and pull all the wreck reports, for the previous year. But 17 was how many times we actually responded just for a complaint about parking where there's a car on both sides. So.
Most of you know that I grew up in Spencer, so I have a long acquaintance with alleys. And when I was a little girl, the trash trucks would use the alley and pick up trash in the rear of the homes. And then as I got older and I settled in on 225 North Rowan Avenue, we had an alley going towards Jefferson Street and also going towards Newton Street. A lot of kids would use those alleyways as shortcuts. And there came a time when I had to tell my students, stay out of the alleys because people were complaining about kids walking in the alley. Now, and I was afraid one of them was going to get hurt. And the kids were not doing anything except taking shortcuts. But That was, I remember telling one of the kids, I said, don't go through there because some of these people have guns and they may not ask questions. And I even talked to the police about it. And I would have neighbors call me, and this is before I was on town board, who complain about kids walking in the alleys. I guess because I was a teacher. But you know, they were great pedestrian thoroughfares. And kids were riding bikes there. But I would love to see the alleys be utilized and in any way we can utilize them. I think that'd be an asset to our town, although it'll be an expense to keep them maintained.
I live right next to Bojangles. The high school, they come running up for lunch, come running up again. They're loud and noisy. They're teenagers,
Yeah.
and that's what they're gonna do. I would rather, I have built, even donated a piece of my property so that they can shortcut Bojangles, so they don't have to go from street to street. Those kids are pretty good. The only complaint I have is that we pick up trash. But I talked to Bojangles, they have their people going out now to pick up trash in the alley. We're doing, those of us who have still egress at both ends, Harrison and Jefferson, we're doing our best to maintain the alley. We have washout. I can't get 6 of my neighbors to agree because I have a quadruplex behind me and I don't know who owns it. I can't get permission to put gravel from my property line to my property line. But when rain comes, because of bad grading, that's all gonna wash out again. We're gonna lose the alley, not because people don't want to utilize it, but because we have no means as individuals to maintain it. And I will stand by that point because I can try.
Yeah.
We need the town's help. If we make a selection that certain alleys are worth preserving, then we need the town to help us as citizens do that maintenance. I'm assuming, since my property line goes, as I'm told, to the middle of the alley, I'm paying taxes on a piece of that. But I'm paying taxes on it. I feel that I'm entitled to look through the things. I'm not yelling at you or saying, again, stamping my feet. I'm saying, we need help. We have traffic issues, and we have alleys that we could be using, but because we are ambiguous over ownership, they're falling into disrepair, and we will close them because it's easier than to get people to fix.
Just as a point of information, I think our understanding of the deeded land is that they do not include the alleys. Those were kind of cut out. But if we were to close the alley, then the properties would be increased to that center point.
So if you look at GIS, you'll actually see the alleys platted out, and if you click on it, you get nothing, like it's no man's land.
I'm willing to be educated, but if it's no man's land, I was once told as a child, all land is owned by someone.
Right.
And that is, we don't know who owns it. We maybe as a town should find out because, and I have one other question about the traffic survey. We just approved the entry to the clinic at, I think it's 302, Salisbury on Harrison. That, because of the cars parking on both sides of Harrison, you can't turn off of Salisbury to get onto that road. They're going to put in an additional 20 parking spaces that they're hoping to fill up. That is, we've approved the plat, the design and everything. If we have to go make changes, are these people going to be upset with us because why didn't you tell us that you're going to have to see some of your land or you're going to have to park only on one side of the street? We need to kind of consider that as we go forward with the planning, I think, for certain streets, because we don't do the setback well enough. And I know we can't make those decisions without having some overall plan.
Good points.
Consider that.
Good points. One question I have, or I guess request, is if we move forward with that type of traffic study and plan, and it starts to look also at utilization of alleyways. I think one of the things we're gonna need is we're gonna need to understand the overall cost to serve if we
Yeah.
take over maintenance of alleyways, understanding what that then looks like, because I know it's a huge task. I mean, it's basically like easement maintenance on steroids. And so quantifying how much of that we have, then that leads to additional staff, additional materials. So we would need to know the overall cost implication for that. So that would be something I think that you'd have to provide some input to the consultant on.
There's maybe, half a dozen that are workable right now. I'm thinking about half a dozen that we patrol, that we drive a car up, it's wide enough we can actually get a car up right now, so. It's no doubt, it's definitely gonna open up a Pandora's box to kind of, just to kind of echo what's been said, but talking about from our standpoint, there certainly are streets that if we move and go to parking on only one side, if that is the fix, there's certainly block ranges right now that the one side cannot service the total number of vehicles that are parked there in the evening, which then opens up the whole thing. That'll be a code enforcement nightmare because everybody's gonna start parking in their yard again. And realistically, when they don't have anywhere else to put their car, I don't feel good finding them for it. If they really don't have anywhere on the street to put their vehicle, so it really opens up a big box. And then to kind of echo the thing about the alleyways, we open up the alleyways, we got to determine what they really are, because somebody's going to wreck on them. Somebody's going to bump into their neighbor on them, and they're going to want to report. And is it a street? Do we do a report through DMV? Is it private property? Is it a wreck on town-owned property? What is it? So a lot of us can take some definitions and really finding out how we could even handle it. So.
That sounds like a job for Jay.
What?
Well, yeah, and
Right.
You know, I mean, we can't get any of our trucks, and I know you can't get any of your trucks, and so, you know, with big four individuals, and police can do patrol, you know, smaller vehicles, smaller cars, but there definitely would be a maintenance.
So here's the thing, we're not the only town that has done this, and so that has this situation. And so I think it'd be good to look to some other towns that have such an extensive network of alleyways that maybe has either whether they've closed them, whether they've done something to open them up, to actually understand what strategies are out there and how others have gone about doing it. We don't need to reinvent the wheel.
Right. And these were great ideas and great comments, and that will be what the planning process entails. These guys will be at the table, y'all will be at the table, the professional traffic engineer will be at the table. And there will be examples of other communities and what they did. The alleyways in Charleston, Savannah, Greenville, South Carolina, etc., have been reused to add to their pedestrian networks more than traffic networks. And I think it's Greenville has put down cobblestones on their alleyways so that people will be encouraged to walk and go from one street to another. So there's lots of options. If we can get into a planning process, professional planning process, all of those options and all the impacted people will be brought to the table.
I think we've confirmed the need for it today.
Mayor, that's what I was going to ask, and I think you just said it. So is there a general consensus, assuming funds are available, that a traffic study is needed that covers the alleyway situation? Is that fair to say there's a consensus among the board of that?
Hey, so here's how we're going to do consensus today. I've learned this, right? All right, thumbs up means we're individually super agreeable to it. Thumbs sideways means we can live with it. Thumbs down means no, we're adamantly against it. All right, so.
Who's thumbs up about doing a traffic? Okay, everyone's thumbs up? Anyone thumbs sideways? No thumbs down? Okay.
Who paid for the traffic study for Long Ferry?
County
Order study. That was
Long
that
Ferry
was an
County
it was an MPO/county project.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, on a state road.
Yeah.
Which, you know, if it comes into 3rd Street or 7th Street, that will be state, so, you know, we could.
And Charles.
Whitehead, Charles Street.
Charles.
All of those could be included. Might be a little bit helpful there.
cost sharing.
Did, Joel, did you have more to add on this section? Are you good?
I'm good.
Well, our agenda says a short break before we get into staff compensation. Do we need that break, or you want to move on into that?
I say let's go ahead and move on into it.
Is everybody
Everybody
okay?
good with that?
Okay, so we'll move on into that, Peter.
Okay, well, Matt Reese is here from the PTRC, and Matt, sounds like you're up. I think, do you have it, Mike?
It's the green one I sent.
Well, I normally like to have some clever remark that will bridge the previous remarks to my remarks, but I have nothing.
Hey, I've got one for you. The class and compensation plan implementation is
Yes.
going to be cheaper than it is to maintain alleyways.
Absolutely. That's so much, thank you.
You're
Thank
welcome.
you, Mayor. I appreciate that. So much easier
There's
than
the bright side.
alleyways is class and pay. There we go. There we go. That's very helpful. Well, thank you. I appreciate the opportunity to be with you all this morning and share with you some of the insights that we've gleaned from the class and comp day. Thank you for having us back again. We enjoyed the time that we get to spend with your staff. They were very helpful. Staff really did the heavy lift on this one, right? That they get to enjoy the fun of a 13-page position description questionnaire document where they take all of their experiences with the town and try to boil it down into 13 pages. So it's a labor of love, and we greatly appreciate that. The first part of that is just to emphasize that this really is a routine piece of maintenance, right? There's some things we're going to talk about today that are exceptional, but really all that we are here is taking the car in for a tune-up, right? We are taking the compensation system in for that. So that's just where we are, and I appreciate your attention to that. So let's just get to the brass tacks of things. Where are we? Where are we going? Well, we are going to propose a $219,000 spend that will move you from a lower position in the labor market to a better, more competitive position in the labor market. Roughly from that 81% in the labor market at the entry point of the market to 99%. That's the most conservative analysis that can be run to say, where would everyone else put their salaries at base minimum if they were using base minimum? So that's that 81 to 99 ratio. And then we always want to sort of measure, okay, where's the market actually? And if we go with the implementation that we have suggested for you, just to give you something to shoot at, that would be that 86% that you see there at the bottom. That would be your salary, the 86% of actual market. So that 219 spend there. So that sort of either puts the sting on it first or takes the sting out of it, however you want to look at it. So here's the process, right? I mentioned to you that folks completed questionnaires and engaged in that. And so that's really the heavy lift. Then PTRC is going to come in subsequent to that and interview with individuals. And that just gives us that sort of personal feel, allows us an opportunity to stomp out our ignorance about what that job is and so forth. And then once we have that idea of what the job is, how it works, how it functions, we're going to start in on the process of benchmarking and internal comparison. Benchmarking is taking that job and saying, does it compare with anything else anywhere else? If we dropped that job in another organization, would it function and work similarly? If it would, and if it does at sort of a 70% ratio or higher, then we could use that as a benchmark job. Not all jobs are benchmark jobs. So then, for those that aren't, and those that have a more pressing internal relationship, we're going to rely on this right-hand column that you see there, job content emphasis. In other words, we're going to take the market and we're going to look at it, but we're really going to look at job content as the primary driver, those internal relationships that we want to have, because not all jobs are benchmark jobs, right? So that part that we want to get up and make sure everyone understands, there's discretion and judgment that enters into that. Ultimately, that discretion, that judgment, is going to be expressed in your assignment of classes to grades. That's the big thing, right? As you see down here, that next step, once we pull in the labor market, is that reconciliation of internal factors and external factors, right? And so how does that get expressed? What is that? That's this assignment of classes to grades. And so you've got a graded table, right? And then you've got ranges for salaries in that. So because of that document, that connotes
this job content internal emphasis. We have a different looking pay plan and we approach it differently. But almost all local governments in North Carolina have a very similar looking pay plan to grades and ranges and spans from minimum to maximum, et cetera. And so because of that, there's a variety of reasons that we have that. This is the process that we often default to. It is not required, right? It's not a rule somewhere and a great HR manual in the sky. It's the process that's committed by what we have, right? So ultimately, we're going to get to this assignment of classes to grades, but labor market, isn't that exciting? So let's talk about labor market right quick, right? So what we have here is a quick snapshot at sort of the macro level of the MSA, Metropolitan Statistical Area, that you folks happen to be in. And so this is going back to December of 24. You have 1.5 job seekers per vacancy. What I can tell you is that's actually better than most regions, right? You've got a high population here. You've got folks that want to come into the Charlotte MSA. So you get a little bit better number when we put all of that together. Usually it's less than 1. So you are the whole as a region. Now again, that's a big region, right? It stretches all the way to the South Carolina border. That you're better than average, right? On this 1.5, in other words, for the employer, it's better. But what the issue here, what you can see here is that for a period of time, just shortly before COVID and after that recessionary period, we inverted those lines, right? We had more jobs than we had people interested in doing it. This relationship is now much tighter than it historically has been. So now this is a different data set. This is for all of North Carolina, but it gives you a longer picture. Unfortunately, we don't have the data going back. The Department of Commerce doesn't keep that readily available for the MSAs. But this is showing you for all of North Carolina. So if you go back to 01 on your far left of this chart, you can see that spread. And what that spread shows is that usually we're operating somewhere in the neighborhood like 4 to 1. We have 4 job seekers for every opening that we have, right? A much stronger position for an employer to be in, right? Be much choosier on. So you can see these lines have come much, much closer. They've returned back to a little bit more of a normal stance that we've had for the 25 years that we've been collecting this data. So we just need to understand we're in an exceptional time. Now, I know that's one of those thank you, Captain Obvious moments, but the labor market is really tight. So this is the pretty chart that shows how tight that labor market is. So why is the labor market so tight? This is why. So for probably 30 years, we have been talking about the silver tsunami. We've been talking about the fact that the baby boomer generation is going to be exiting the workforce. What are we going to do about that? I came across a real interesting article at the federal level that was written about 2002, something like that, was saying, hey, we got this issue that we're going to have to work through and so forth. And so what this chart shows is that's what's happening. It's this steadily decreasing line of availability of labor. You see the trough that happened during COVID that is there. But you can see this has been a declining line, and we really have not returned yet back to any sort of form of baseline, what we would talk of as normal, right? So this may be our new normal of where we are. But it makes things very, very competitive, which is why everyone gets to talk about salaries right now. So let's take this a little bit further. For the purposes of this, we've been talking at the macro level. But for the purposes of today, let's zone in on what we want to talk about for your market. For your market, we've defined it as follows, right? That it's this 30-minute commute radius, roughly, if we want to put a picture on it. And then we've looked at the significant public employers within that area. That's what the column is over there. A few of those we were not able to get good data on. We were not able to use that. But this was the target for which we had there. Obviously, you can see some of those are much bigger than you are. Some of those are right at where you are in size, but it represents the labor market that you're in. So the idea is if we collect data from here, we look at data points there, we've appropriately addressed the labor market that you're in. So how does that look on the specifics, okay? So this is for police officer, right? This is our base level, entry level police officer at grade 16, right? Currently it's your grade 16. That's the game we're playing. We're taking all this labor market and assigning it back into your grade table. So what grade should police officer be at? So what you see there, all the blue lines are the minimums, and that's the primary driver that we're looking at, right? The most conservative analysis that we can make is what would someone recruit at minimally if that position was to become open for them. So you can see where everyone else is roughly. We're trying to come as close to that blue line average, the next line down after Spencer, as we can. The orange stack that you see on top of that blue line for Spencer is the adjustment we're planning on making. That's how much distance we need to make to get to grade 19. That's the difference between 16 and 19 with that orange. If there was gray beyond that orange in the stack, that would be the actual average. So this is the 3 points that we're going to be giving you, right? Where's minimum? What's the distance that we're recommending changing in orange? And then what's the actual average in that classification? And if there's not any gray beyond it, then that means that our actual average is right there at that entry point that we're showing at 50,401, right? And you can get a rough idea of where we're scoring in our market data for that. So you see that 103, just a slight lead for that. And again, we're not able to come up with an exact percentage on that because we're landing in that table, right? So we're trying to figure out exactly where are we going to be in that table. Those table relationships are more important than the percentage score. So here's where we are for firefighter. Similarly, moving from grade 14 to grade 16 with a 47.9 on that. What you can see there for our firefighters is that we have a slightly, the average is just a little bit ahead of where that minimum is, but you can see where the overall market is. Landing, roughly somewhat in the middle to maybe a couple of down on where those are. Then for fire engineer, same public safety occupation, but one class up to just sort of give us another flair at where that is. Moving from grade 15 to grade 18, again, we're looking at what those internal relationships are. If the class series is going to move, a class in that series is moving, say, 2 grades or 3 grades. Generally speaking, the whole entire occupational family is going to move that to maintain those relationships, but we're going to test that with the market data and make sure that the class review that we've had also matches that, right? So what you can see here is landing at that 47.9. On this one, we're slightly below where that 100 is. Again, we're looking at what those internal relationships are more so than just where do we land in the market, right? Trying to be sure that we're balancing in all of that. And then moving into a different occupation, public works crew member, right? This is grade 18 to grade 13. You see that there at the 37.5 for that. Again, we're moving with the market. We're not trying to necessarily hit an exact point because that's not the system that we've got. But what you can see is that we're having to move our core classes 15 to 20% to get to where those minimums need to be. And now it wasn't that long ago when you all had your last study. This is some pretty significant changes. What gives is those charts that we looked at previously, right?
And that everybody else asked for our class and comp plan to be able to adjust theirs upwards.
That's right. That's right. And so the market has moved that aggressive. In my 30 years of playing this game, I can never remember a year where we had a basic 10% change in salary. And we've had year on year of close to double-digit percentage change in the salaries. What is going on? What's going on is those first charts that I showed you, right? Okay, so this is where we are with the public work crew member. Even moving outside of labor and trades and in public protective service classes that we see with our administrative classes, our fiscal classes here with accounting clerk, it's that same movement, a 3-grade movement that we need to get to that 43.4. A lot of this, we're seeing these salaries that are in the 40s and in that area, and that's been part of also that drive with minimum levels of compensation. At the bottom end of the pay plan and pay systems and pay market has actually moved more aggressively than the top in some cases, right? So there's just been a lot of movement over the last few years and all of that. So here's the document that you really want to be paying attention to, that you want to be sure you understand. This is the proposed assignment of classes to grades. So this is what we've been talking about, right?
So you have all of the classes that are authorized in the first column, what the proposed grade, the PG, would be, what that minimum, that job target, and that maximum would be. You have a system to move people from minimum to that job target over a period of time. And then the developmental increase, the DI, is there showing you what that flat dollar amount is. It's meant to be a fairly simple compensation system to help achieve movement through the range. And then you can see at the last column there is the current grade showing you where you are currently, just to give you an idea of what classes are having to move by what amount on all of that. So then, here's how we are suggesting. We've got a couple of different options that will show you so you can have some things to ponder, but what this very simple method is to say we're going to move people to the minimum of the proposed pay range. If they're already above that new minimum, then we're going to give them a developmental increase. And that's meant to address this thing called compression. If we move the bottom, that 15, that 20% we've been talking about, and everyone moves into that minimum, and we don't move anyone who's already above it, then we're compressing salaries together in a pretty radical sort of way. So now the more we spread that out, the more expensive implementations get. So this implementation here is one, meant to be simple to understand, simple to explain. Everybody kind of gets the concept of where we're going, right? So the simplicity of the explanation is part of what it is, and it supports your current compensation system of movement through the range of progressing to that job target, right? So combining all of those sort of philosophic elements, if you will. And then it is addressing compression. It's not going to streamline compression. It's not going to solve, I should say, your compression problem, but it addresses it to some degree, right? You're spending some dollars to move out beyond there. So in this case, a police officer at 16 is moving to 19. Anyone who's below that 50,341 is going to move to 50,341. If that developmental increase, if they were right at 50,000 even, right? If that developmental increase would move them beyond that, then they'll get that beyond. Whichever one of those. If we look at what their DI plus their current salary is, we look at that 50,003, which one of those is higher, is where we're going to move people to. A very simple implementation to understand and explain and move forward, right? But then when we look at other options, we just want to throw these out so you've got some ideas of other ways of skinning the cat, so to speak. So here's all of your other implementations that you could choose, right? If you went with an expensive implementation, one that's meant to say, okay, wherever we have dots spread out, right, this compression analysis, we just want to lift those dots up and move them forward, right? We want to try to not do anything to make things more compressed than they already are, perhaps, right? That's this proportional 5% per grade change. So it's roughly going to keep everything static. Again, it's somewhat easy to understand its methodology, and we're just going to move it forward. That's a very nice implementation. It's some that some people have gone with recently because of the market and its aggressive nature. Historically, I would say this is a neat one to calculate, but no one ever does it. I've been shown wrong in the last few years on that. But it is expensive, right? It's this 440 that's there. It does get you, all of these are going to get you to 99% of the entry-level market, right? We're establishing that with the movements within the range. Then this one moves you closer to that market average at the 90%, right? Then if we did, let's look at a progression towards our midpoint, towards what we also call our job target. Let's do that based on how long someone has been in their position. And we're going to cap it, though, it's the cost factor. We're going to cap it at 90% of that midpoint job target value. So we're going to draw a line in those scales and say, nobody can cross that line for this purpose. How much is that going to take, right? So that's that 358 cost that you see there. And if we go all the way to the far right, you'll see that scores us at 88% of that gray line, right? And all those charts. That's what we're doing. We're spending money, moving people out, addressing compression, and also coming in tighter the more dollars we spend towards the market average, right? This is what this chart and table is all about. The one that we're proposing, right? It's simple to understand. It's part of your current compensation plan. Again, it's getting you to 99% of the market, and then it's getting you to 86% of market average is this 219 implementation.
implementation, right? And so again, it's the one that we're recommending for the time. It seems to balance out a lot of things. It's not going to address compression as well as the first two, but it is going to move you forward in all of that. Then just to give you sort of, if we were trying to come out on the low side, what sort of the minimum amount we could do to put the pay plan into effect is this 190 that you see down there. So the bottom line is you're going to have to really spend the 190 just to get on the map. So the question is, how much more than that 190 do we need to spend to spread things out to address it? How complex of a scenario do we want to entertain? And what's going to work best for us overall? That's really what this page is about. I wanted to come in with something for you to shoot at in terms of a recommendation, right? But there's a variety of ways that you can implement a step. This one seems to have various value points, this 219. And so I do think it's a good recommendation. Or could you come back with something different? Sure.
Matt, I just wanted to make sure everybody saw that these figures do include a full cost, including benefits. And what that's not talking about our healthcare benefits. That's talking about retirement benefits, FICA, those other types of dollar amounts that come when you adjust the salary. So this is a full picture analysis of what's at stake.
So I have a question, maybe a dumb one, probably is. So you're showing us, I mean, it's a given across the board, no matter what strategy we're looking at, that we want to get the entry in each grade to 99%. Why?
At that takes a lot of resources to do that.
Well, and so here's the other question too. I mean, you know, are we going to be a town that wants to bring in truly lower grade entry level folks and build them, or do we want to be able to recruit from other agencies and bring folks in? And I think that's a question philosophically we have to answer. But I think the other way to skin the cat there is to say, well, if we're more focused on bringing experienced folks in, then we don't hit that minimum on the lower grades. We do on the higher grades and make that more of a focus as opposed to a 99% across the board. Or vice versa,
Yeah.
if we're committed to growing people.
I think you're going to be really hard pressed to not get to that 191 spend on those grades, right? Because even that is going to be moving up. I mean, you've got some people that are 10, 12% behind, and we're going to be giving that to them. So that's part of that retention, right? Is giving them just a minimum. Right. So at 191, that means people are behind using the minimum. So that is spreading that out.
Well, the compression thing is what concerns me the most.
Yeah.
Right? Because I want personally the ability for people to grow within their positions here.
I think the financial case, the very fiscal case for saying, should we spend more than the 191? And at what point? That's up to the deliberation process. Is what's not factored into this is the cost of turnover. Right. So the more presumably that you're spending to do the retention that you're talking about, which is an excellent point there, presumably the less cost we're going to have for turnover. But every time you've got a police officer position turnover, you're probably looking at least $7,500 in just upfront costs to get that seated, right? So it's a wise spend. The issue is where do we land that in terms of the budget? And so we certainly could come back with more aggressive implementations than the 219, right? We could try to find some factor of implementation between that. You want to have an implementation method that applies to everyone in the same way, but we can look at what those factors are. We can take the 218 and then add a longevity factor, a service factor to that after the 219 cost. We played around with a little bit of that, but really wanted to land this for your purposes of budget deliberation, but you all have that. And so really, ultimately what a study comes down to is what are the philosophical elements, right? How do we want to express the fact that we want to retain people and do that? Are there areas of that we want to emphasize more than others? And then ultimately, what gas do we have in the tank? What are the resources we're going to get? And it's this constant balance between those two elements, right? And if there are things that you can communicate to the manager and the manager wants to communicate back to us, we're happy to run additional scenarios where we come up with ways that we can do that. But ultimately, it comes down to how much can we put into this very important function, and then philosophically, what are we trying to achieve?
Right. And I think we can run scenario after scenario, come up with the varying costs. The reality is, where's the revenue come from to balance that out? And that's hopefully we're going to talk about that some to better understand that. I mean, I think regardless of what it is, we see it's a significant increase to kind of just keep up with where we need to be in the market. My question, Matt, would be, what happens year after next?
Yeah.
We implement this, right? And so, what happens the next year?
So we have a meeting next week with managers in the Piedmont area, and we're asking them that question. Look, when you are looking into your crystal balls and you're putting your fiscal 25, 26 budgets together, what are you thinking? You just ask me this question 8 days from now, and I'll have a better answer for you. It looks to be not that double-digit year. However, I would have thought we would have been trending down more towards like a sub-5 number. I don't think it's going to be that. It's going to be more than that.
Question on that, these conversations take place where I work, so I've heard this a lot. But one of the questions that comes up when it's discussed is, I think you have this leapfrog for the last 4 or 5 years where we adjust, and then the neighboring town says, "Oh man, we're losing good people." Now we adjust,
Right.
and then everyone else adjusts. And I mean, it's something that maybe neither of our two major political parties understand. When you pump money into a system, you're going to generate inflation. That's just how it works. I mean, and so I guess my concern is that we're on this, and I guess let me back up and say, these are real dollars to real people who really work for us. So I don't want to be insensitive to the fact that this money would make a difference, right?
Right.
But our job is to make sure it meets what's coming in.
Right.
I mean, is it going to take a recession to break this circuit where we're just leveling up every 12 months? As if so, I mean, I want to pay our employees the money they deserve, but at the same time, we have to be careful we don't put ourselves in a situation we can't afford.
Yeah. No, I think it's an excellent question. So, the example of yes, it's going to continue to escalate, and where the top is, no one knows, right? I'm not saying that's what it is.
Sure, yeah.
I'm saying if you want an example of that, Wake County is the example of that. So, for the starting salary for a police officer right now in Wake County is about $61,000. You walk out with a BLET, and I've never done a cop before in my life. You're going to start with about $61,000, which is from a person who for a long part was working to get a police officer salary up to $25,000, right? It's just mind-boggling for me to think of $61,000, right? But that is an accurate representation of the labor market in Wake County.
And of course, the average home up there is probably $500,000.
Exactly. And so Wake County is this sort of very on steroids labor market and economy of that, hotter than Mecklenburg County. So that's example one. Then, as well noted, this is not just discussions that happen here, it's discussions that happen in other places. The typical things that influence that are supply. And so then if we look at the labor market, are we anywhere near seeing some changes in that pressure? I don't see it. That typically how that changes is that either there is a advancement in technology, right? Assembly lines, the internet, whatever you want, example you want to have, and then therefore, can AI do some of that? Sure it can, but it's hard to imagine how AI is going to replace public services, police, right? So, I mean, I think there are some things that it could. Perhaps my job could be replaced by AI, but then it becomes harder for these other ones. So then, so I don't see, it's hard to really see that there would have to be suddenly an influx of labor into our market. And I just don't see that happening.
And I mean, the only thing would be significant economic downturn that results in significant layoffs in the private sector, right? And then those folks looking to the municipal side.
And we have seen a little bit of that, actually, that I've been involved in a couple of searches lately where federal workers who have been laid off are now candidates in searches, so we have seen that.
But does it move it back to that 4-to-1 ratio?
Probably not. So then the other one that is there that is much more often challenging for us, especially at the local level, is to look at consolidation, right? That when we have industry consolidation, typically that cools off the salaries, right? As those positions move together and there's one or two or three or 4 employers in a particular area, and that can cool that off. The issue, though, that is challenging in the context of this is that Spencer has the zeitgeist that it wants. So that if I merge, even in a functional area, with another agency, with another municipality, with county, whatever that might be, am I still getting what I want out of that relationship? And so those are, I think those are the levers that you could look at beyond compensation escalation for that, but none of them are easy. That's the default becomes compensation, and moving compensation becomes a much easier lever to pull than these others that have multiple complexities.
So Matt, have we considered any type of phased implementation plan
Sure.
for this to minimize the cost, to kind of achieve the immediate objectives
Sure.
that we need.
And I think ultimately that's where you're gonna have to come down to, okay, this is all that we can do. And so then we're either going to move this much and we'll study it again at some point in the future when it's appropriate for us to do so. Or you could have a multiple year phase of saying, we're gonna do this much this year, then we're gonna do it again, do it again. That will work. The only concern is that this labor market that we demonstrated for you is ever present. So how much delay, how patient can we afford to be before it starts to impact turnover in a negative way that we've seen firsthand?
And the reason I bring that up is because yesterday evening, we heard a presentation Steve gave. We're on the cusp of significant economic development and population growth here in town, right? A lot of it is industrial economic growth, okay? So cost to serve is fairly minimal. And so to the extent that probably if all of that comes to fruition over the next, let's say 5 years, I think that's a reasonable time frame, it will have essentially doubled our tax base in town.
Oh, wow.
Right? And so then some of these things don't even become a question. They're no-brainers. But as far as phasing that in right now, the question is we just went up on taxes significantly last year to fund the full-time fire department staff, as well as other things, but that was the bulk of it. And so we've invested a whole lot in taxpayer increases for staffing within the last year. I don't see us being able to increase taxes at all this coming year. I just don't think it's palatable. And so we have to figure out a way to fit this in. We have to do it, but how do we fit it in and make sure that we're not increasing taxes as part of that process?
Sure. And if we can help with scenarios on that, we're happy to. I mean,
That's why I bring up the phased implementation, because it may be that we have to resort to that.
Probably some method of your progression through the range is probably the easiest tool to grab to begin to move that either accelerate it where you can, slow it down.
And that, correct me if I'm wrong, when we did this last with Mr. Treen, that was what we did. We did a phased implementation.
And I think you've had a couple of years where you've done a more aggressive DI. Am I remembering that right?
That's right.
And so then it's the same thing, right? Do we implement what we can now? Is it somewhere between that 190 and that 218 number? Is it more than that 219 number? And then as we look to the next fiscal year, do we make some adjustments in that DI number to try to get us where we
I think the other consideration, and we've talked a little bit about this, is there something in our current fiscal year that we can accomplish to help bite off some of this that makes it in some ways, to some extent, less of a budget issue? At the end, the dollars are the dollars.
Right.
But is there a method that helps us get there that is not such a heavy lift all at once? And those are the kinds of things we certainly want to figure out. But I guess the current step is, here's the data, and here's the issue, and trying to establish the prioritization of this issue in relation to all the other issues we're going to be hearing about.
I have a question. The developmental increase, is that like an annual amount that we start here and they receive that annually until they reach the top level?
until they get the job target.
Job target.
The middle part of that range. And then the idea with that is then there's an increasing level of performance contributions by the individual to move beyond that.
Okay. And these numbers do or do not include benefits?
These numbers does not include all benefits in terms of our health benefits, but in terms of an implementation cost.
Okay.
If you're going to raise a salary by $10, you're also going to raise the retirement and FICA costs by $3.
All the direct comp related expenses are figured into that 30%.
Okay, so these numbers that we have are like base salary, but we still have those extra benefits that we offer that are just selling points. Yes?
Yes, but the reason these numbers are here is because an implementation is going to cost money.
Right.
It's not going to change the cost of our already provided, health benefits.
Right, Social Security, FICA,
Right,
all
yeah, I
that's based
understand
on
that.
percentage of pay.
Right,
And so
yeah.
as the pay increases, that increases. The insurance is a fixed rate.
Right.
And the group that we looked at has a similar set of benefits. It's not gonna be identical, right? There's differences in terms of size and so forth. But all of those are participants in the same retirement system.
Okay, thank you.
Board, other questions? Okay, great information, Matt, thank you very much.
Thank you, folks. Enjoy.
Thank you.
So no more questions about this subject? I don't, it sounds to me like maybe this is an issue that's gonna have further discussion as you go through your budget process.
I guess I do have, I mean, Peter, have we started, and Heather, have we started to run the numbers about potential implementation impact? Right, all right.
No, we have not done any type of analysis on how we wanted to first share the data and,
So, I mean, I think we're gonna see a lot of things and hear a lot of things today. I do think, I made a point earlier, I'd like to kind of get the board's pulse on it. Because it's gonna help give y'all direction going into budgeting. As far as revenue and tax increases. And I mean, I'd like to hear from the board. We did a significant increase. Is the general consensus amongst the board that we need to try and avoid any additional increases at all costs this year?
No, ask that question again.
So we did a significant increase in tax rate
Right,
last year.
right.
And so the question is to give them some guidance of how they fit and prioritize within their budget. Is the general feeling of the board that we need to do whatever we can not to increase our tax rate again this year?
Tax rate is what you're asking.
tax
Okay,
rate.
okay.
I think we're all interested in retaining, like you say, we do have a good staff. The main thing is, can we keep them? That's the thing with the fluctuation like you're talking about. If granite quarry goes up, are we gonna go up? We can't figure that out. We gotta do what's best for our people, our citizens, because we represent our citizens. Do you think they would, I mean, I think generally they accepted the price increase this past year. Will they accept another one? That's the question, and I really have a hard time representing people and saying, we gotta go up again.
I'm with you.
Well, I guess my question was, can we find another place in our budget to take out the $218,000 to give to our employees versus?
Except that we did hear the projection is like on sale, on increasing property tax, we're expecting an additional 68,000, just based on growth and, that sort of thing. So those are the things that we have to also keep in mind. There's going to be inherent growth hopefully in sales tax, but definitely in property tax, ad valorem tax. So that plays into that. That helps with that.
Yeah.
But unfortunately, we have other expenses besides.
That's correct. And costs on
We just
materials
can't
and
figure
gas.
salaries and say, hey, that's it.
Yeah.
It's gonna be.
That's correct.
Joe's gonna need a chipper or something like that. We gotta expect that. That's
So it's going to be, and we're going to hear about fleet replacement and stuff like that. So it's going to be, this will be a challenging budget year, I think.
Can I ask a couple questions that come up while we were
So I just had a couple questions that come up, and I don't really expect an answer with it, but it just gives something to think about. As we're thinking about implementing the salary study, we have to think about not getting to this point again, because we just had the study right before I got here, right? Like within 4 or 5 years. So, we implemented that the DIs and that kind of stuff. And your DI that they get, correct me if I'm wrong, but the DI, as the years progress, that percentage of that DI is less. So your first one would be like a 3%?
So the way the DI is it's a different approach than percentages. So it's a flat rate, and our pay grades are set up so that there are roughly 5%. The minimum rates are 5% change, from grade to grade, and then there is a believe, a 50% span from minimum to maximum in each grade range. So the target or midpoint in each range is 25% above minimum. So the DI is designed so that it takes that 25% to get to mid-range or target or market, whatever you want to call it, and splits it into 7 increments at a flat rate. So that's why the percentage goes down, because it's philosophically designed so that when you're coming in at a minimum, which is below market, you're kind of at an accelerated pace moving towards market. You get to midpoint, and then it becomes a merit-based percentage year by year, what we are able to accomplish in the budget.
So I guess because I'm not used to the DI piece of, I'm used to a percentage that, so that I can say, okay, it's our COLA 3% this year, so you think about 3% of, and I can figure out what my rate is going to be, or, whatever it is, and I feel like the other towns within our area, I'm not sure if they use that same model, so we really have to kind of look at that model along with our own model.
Well, and
that's
so,
just a thought process for me, and I'm just.
so the COLA, though, we do a COLA, correct? Or we don't?
So when we adopted this pay plan,
yeah,
the general approach is to only do the DI. Mm-hmm. After we adopted it, we immediately went into this very challenging labor market, and so the following year after we adopted it, we did. I think it was not immediately, but the following year we did a structural adjustment to our pay plan to move all grades up 5%, and we did a 5% adjustment kind of as a COLA because of that. And then we also did we did the DI program that year. So that year you were on average seeing an 8% increase.
Yeah.
That was the only, and then the following year instead of that, we did a double DI program. The current year we're in the typical DI for this year.
Okay.
So our approach philosophically has not to do a cost of living.
So let me ask you this, because you bring up a great point, and I think the question is it a strategy where we look at both, mm-hmm. right? Because like you say, so that we don't get into this situation again, because what's happening is we're not doing the COLA, and so we're adjusting on the DI side of it, and so what's happening is it's not maybe a direct correlation to cost of living increase, where maybe I don't know what other municipalities are doing, but the situation is we're going to be good starting out, but every 5 years we're likely going to be behind, right?
Right.
And so I do think every 5 years we need to do a classic comp plan, and I think we pretty much committed to that, right? But the question then becomes, do we do that and implement it, but then also evaluate an annual COLA that's going to be across the board that keeps that needle moving forward in line with other municipalities? I almost think you have to do that. Otherwise, you're going to, every 5 years, you're going to be behind the 8 ball.
And I feel like, and you're right, and that's where, when you see this, going from a $450,000 implementation down to $100,000 or $200,000 implementation, that's where you can bring in that progression,
right.
To that, and you're adjusting instead of, $300,000 or $400,000. You're not, it's at one time, it's like a progression every year that where we could, up that 50,000 or something like that. My numbers are skewed, but that's just my thought process behind it. So.
Well, I feel really good to see that we're moving from current grade of 8 up to a 13, and that would be for our lowest paid employees.
Yeah, and I was going to say, is looking through the presentation, the biggest concern I look at is Public Works.
Mm-hmm. Exactly,
right? And we've said that before.
Those were the 8. Those were the Category 8
yep.
people,
yep.
and we're moving them up. And I feel really good about that, because those are some of the hardest working guys we've got. And,
what question to you guys? And I guess just to put it bluntly, I don't know if we can raise the low and match the middle. Which one's more important? You're the experts.
We know you want to say both, but
I don't know both can
happen.
happen.
The answer. The whole package is really a problem, and I know everybody sees this, but we see it a lot. To put numbers on it, when we bring a new employee in, It's costing us between 20, I know he said 7,500, I think Matt
20,000.
it's costing us 26 to 29,000 for a new employee. So it's a significant cost. And then what we're stuck with, and it's not knocking any of our officers, but we're stuck with a brand new officer that at times is working by themselves. And to me, the level of service that we provide to our citizens is significantly reduced when you have somebody that's got 3 months service trying to go out here and answer calls with no actual functional experience other than the classroom. So retention is definitely important. There's also that bare number to where it's really hard to get anybody to bite if you don't have it. So it really is, both really is the answer. I will tell you, the openings we had, now that we've been posting it through the portal, we had 18 applicants for the 2 positions we had. Out of those, which sounds great, sounds really good. Out of those 18, there were only 3 that had qualifications that met the qualifications. So instantly, we ranked most of those applicants to the side. Out of the 3 that we then had 3 for 2 positions, we wound up at some point offering all 3 of them. One pulled out and pulled out and went to another agency. So that's the catch-22. So then we're back down to that 1-to-1 ratio. I don't feel like we got saddled with a bad employee by any means for the one that we hired and the one that we're looking at hiring. I think they're both probably going to be fine, but you're still getting low level or low experience level employees versus higher level employees that have more years of service. And kind of flipping back on that, the reason we had those openings is because people left for money, solely for money. And I know I've told Peter before, and it really is this, but for a lot of young guys, it is the difference between living in a tiny little 2-bedroom house with 2 kids running around and sharing a bedroom and having a 3-bedroom house for their family. The extra $5,000 or $10,000 on that salary is really what makes the difference, and that is what the draw is. And it is no doubt, me and Peter's discussed this at length, there are vultures that are trying to steal our people every day. And I've got 4 right now that have offers from other municipalities. They're kind of waiting to see what direction we're going to go here. They don't want to leave. We're giving them an environment they want to work. It's just at the end of the day, some of it really is dollars and cents, especially for the young guys that have families.
So with raising the middle, more promoting the career development, which is something you talked about, and something Mr. Frenzy's talked about, would that help here, or raising the entry level and then matching from there? Which one helps faster?
Really, and I think Matt mentioned it, the compression aspect of it. Certainly, raising the minimum is going to be the immediate. That's the immediate, because we have a lot of people that are beneath the minimum. So raising the minimum up to that magic number is definitely going to be helpful. But there again, you're going to start compressing those people. So then you've got a 7-year officer and a brand new officer, and all of a sudden they're squeezed together. And the 7-year guy says, "Wow, they don't appreciate what I've done." It really does. I think it really does have to be a combination.
And when we talk about the minimum, even though that makes you think about hiring new people, what we're saying is the suggested minimum is 10-15% beyond what our current people are making for each grade. And so that's why it's a both kind of approach that this presents.
So I know and I can only speak on the fire department's behalf, and hearing staff and the onboarding of our 6 full-timers we've hired the past year. Everyone that we lateraled in came anywhere from a $3,000 to a $6,000 pay cut. Some work for us. But they did that knowing that we were in the middle of our pay study and hopeful that our salaries were going to be competitive. Fingers crossed, I don't have to hire anybody in the near future. All of our positions are filled. So the recruitment aspect, I'm not overly concerned about. What I am concerned about is that if we don't make adjustments, that I have people from the very top to the very bottom that have got offers elsewhere. So if we do not retain these individuals, we're going to be a revolving door and just starting over every 3 to 5 years. And that's my concern, is that myself and Kyle, we can do all that we can to build organizations, but the benefits are attractive.
but as the town grows, the benefit package will change, right? That none of that is set in stone. And so we're gonna have, and I go into it a little bit later, that, you know, obviously it's not just money, but I can assure you, I've already got texts, people watching this program, right? And I have engineers who are entry level or mid-level supervisors. The questions are, is even the projections, and sure, those numbers are just projections, but why aren't entry level cops with no supervisory experience necessary or needed coming in and making more than our projected engineers who do supervise individuals, right? And so you're always going to have that. As much as myself and Paul especially try not to make this a fire PD game. It's everywhere. But getting those numbers and making it make sense to them is to why does our fireman deserve $10,000 less to walk in day one as a top school, you know? And those are the struggles far beyond compression and recruitment, right? It is making that transparent and allowing them to understand why, because I can tell you they take it as we're less important, right? Why is my job worth less than PD or whatever that may be? But for us, there's going to have to be something in the middle. If not, I truly fear that the staff at the fire station is no they will change within a year or so.
So, a question: have you seen? I know we've seen other agencies use this public safety concept. I'm not suggesting that, but have we ever considered, from the pay grade, that public safety is considered as a grade by grade? It's not split up based on police fire. That it's public safety.
I don't know that that's something we've considered. I think it's been more about our process has been around the questionnaire and the job duties, and then those positions are classified and then compared again to the market. So I think of course, it's a traditional approach that we've used, but I don't know the history.
It'd be interesting to see if other agencies have done that when it comes to pay.
I mean, the ones that I've heard about recently that have considered that, and of course, even to the point of full consolidation, that hasn't necessarily stuck or worked out in long term, and they've reverted back to.
Again, I'm not talking consolidation.
Yeah.
I'm talking, just from a.
One of the challenges with what you're talking about is, of course, this on the public safety side, both police and fire that are working on the shift in the field are on very different schedules than office staff, day staff, and so some of what occurs in these rates and these classifications, I think, has to do with, of course, the number of hours. There's overtime opportunities that come into play, and again, the biggest driver with the numbers is the market. So this is what the market is showing of how to competitively rate these positions.
The other thing I'd like to hear is from Joel, because we haven't heard from you in Public Works. And that's...
For my guys, it's more retention. Let's keep it. Yes, I've got two positions have been open for quite a while, and it is hard to find people for those positions. Those are two specified positions. They're not your, general labor type position. So retaining the guys that I have that have been trained to do what we do, keeping them with the option of trying to find, specific for those is more important for me. And for my guys is to keep them, keep those, but still be on the look for the other. In the hiring process, the bottom line number sometimes comes up, but it's not the deciding factor with my guys. And then mine is completely different than these two, because they have, prior trainings and stuff that they have to deal with and go through and that kind of stuff, and outfitting. It's a little bit different than myself. But, watching after my guys that I currently have and they're trained in their positions, that's where we're at.
So, we've heard retention is key. Obviously recruitment, but we've got almost full staffs all around the board. And
But if we retain them.
we worked really hard to get there.
Right.
And so it's important to keep those and retain them. And that's where that compression piece, making sure we don't have that compression, that we have an ability for folks to excel within the grade that they're already in, to encourage those developmental increases, that we're encouraging our staff to build, and we're rewarding the high performers, I think is key.
Anecdotal story, I started teaching right before the salary freeze during the recession. So I taught for 6 years on a year 2 salary freeze. And the year I left teaching, the General Assembly decided to raise the starting pay $5,000 more than I was getting paid, but they wouldn't bring me up to the entry-level teacher. I've been taking live fire as a teacher for 7 years. I didn't appreciate that very much. That's not the reason I left teaching, but it certainly didn't keep me, obviously. And so we have to avoid, the folks who are here and doing the job and doing it well, we have to make sure they know we want them to stay.
One thing I would like to point out as HR is we do have several people also looking toward retirement. So that will mean we'll have new people we'll need to look at hiring
It's
in
not
the near
allowed.
future. I mean, I'll try to tell them, but you know.
It's not permitted.
Yeah.
It's not permitted.
A question come up about the benefit with the implementation amounts. I will say that just to make you aware, the retirement is 6%, right? So 6% of their salary goes into retirement, right?
Their contribution.
Their contribution, right? As far as the FICA rate, that's being raised to 14.6. It's not been verified yet. That's just kind of what's going on the listserv. Whereas we pay half of that and they pay half of that. That's where that comes out of their salary. And for police officers, it's going to 16%. So we would pay half of that and they would pay half of that. So out of that, let's just say the 191, out of that 191, 6% goes into retirement. At least 7 to 8% will go into FICA. And, then you also have to do your Medicare and your state taxes and stuff. I just wanted to throw that out there so that, you were aware of that, those benefits and the percentages that go with that.
And on the retirement, so we have with the Elders, there's been a rate stabilization model that the system has been working through to make sure it's funded correctly over several years. And the rates for the current year are still not finalized or determined, but the indication on the employer side, because the employees paying their 6%, that has not changed in forever. The employer share towards the pension has increased to the neighborhood of 12, 13, 14%. And then we have the 401k where it's a 5% contribution for law enforcement, and here we do, which is by law, we do a 5% match for everyone else here, which is something we choose to do, and so those are some of those figures.
That's just something to think about as we're looking at that implementation and how much money will go into the pockets of the staff versus, the benefits and stuff. So just wanted to say that.
Well, it's right at 11 o'clock, and I think it's fair to say the compensation study is going to be you're going to have a lot more discussion during your budget process. I also think it's fair to say that it sounds as that there's definitely no appetite for another property tax increase after what you had to do last year. So I think it's going to be a challenge for the
guardrails
staff.
are up. The guardrails
Yeah,
are up for budget.
but this was a great discussion, and so clearly there's going to be a lot of work to do to look at your so many great points on both sides of the salary issue. But I do think it's 11. We haven't had a break. Also, I think plus it's time to leave to go on the tour, so maybe everyone can take a quick
5-minute break and then
yeah,
move out
yeah,
and
make
go
it
out.
out.
The idea is for the trolley to pull off at 11, so we really need to kind of
So
expedite.
3-minute break.
Quick break.
Yeah.
tour. I think everyone enjoyed it. Everyone learned a lot. We are a little bit behind schedule. I think we can make up. And now that I have the right agenda in front of me now, the next thing on the agenda is we're going to continue staff presentations and board discussion. And I'm showing police capital needs and staffing projections. So if we can hear from the chief now.
Yeah, this one should be. Yeah.
Get the sign from Mike. He'll
There
tell
we go.
you if
There
not.
we go. We got it. You know, I remember in college they always said the worst time to present is right after lunch. They said you got to use short pieces of information and call on people in the audience. I don't think I'm gonna do that, but I'll try to give the short information hopefully. So yeah, so looking at our capital needs and projections for the next 5 years out, I know the fleet is the major thing that's kind of first and just really in front of everybody because we've been having to talk about it so much recently. So I wanted to share what the 5-year projection was on the fleet, and that way everybody can kind of follow along exactly what it is. I've got that printed off separately in your packet. I believe Anna added it separately so you can look at it a little bit closer. So we are still having the same issues that we discussed previously with all the Durangos. We know that function year 26 was going to be our really bad year, where we anticipated it was going to have to be 5 vehicles, and we're trying to figure out what in the world we're going to do about that. I was able to do a little bit of juggling, and I think I've got a potential fix to the issue. So we've got, if you look at vehicle number 27 and vehicle number 29 listed down in there, those are both Durangos, and they say potential trade. One of those is the one that spent 14 months in the shop now. The other one is the one that was previously mine. So obviously with us purchasing off of the state contract, we were hopeful back when we started this that if we would roll vehicles out at a reasonable time frame, we could actually recoup a lot of the money we put into them. So when we purchased vehicle 27 and 29, we bought those for just over $30,000. The good thing is the Kelley Blue Book trade-in value is still $30,000 after we ran them since 2020. So we're working with a dealer. Obviously, there's a lot of unknowns because they are fleet vehicles. So I will tell you, we're definitely not going to be able to get $30,000 out of them. But there is a potential that we will get a significant portion of another vehicle out of those two. Well, those two should combine to give us a vehicle that we don't have to spend any money on. So provided that works out, that will fix our functional year 26 5 vehicles and at least knock it down to 4. Now 4 is still a lot to swallow. So looking at the projections there, we would need to do 2 in functional year 25, 4 in 26. There would be 2 in 27, 3 in 28, and back to 2 in 29. Now the numbers you see on here, it looks like kind of a big number. So that is going based on the Tahoe that we've discussed. So we factored in the cost of the Tahoe, and that also includes the upfit, the parts, the labor, everything, the tag and title, everything that it takes to get a vehicle on the road and functional where it's patrol ready. So that is a total package price that's listed on there, and that's pretty close to what we've actually been spending. We just found out from talking to Ford that they are anticipating a 10% price increase on the Ford Explorers. So that pushes it up to the price where the Tahoes are. So we really have to make a decision. I've talked about 3 or 4 agencies that's had Tahoes and just asked what their durability is. We're really going into the unknown. We've never ran any Chevrolets here other than I believe Joel's had a couple trucks. 1 truck, 2 trucks, 2 trucks. So we really don't know. It really is an unknown. I think for function year 25, it may not be a request for 2 Tahoes. I'm trying to find some way to save some money. We may have a potential to buy a new old stock vehicle. You do not find those often. So these numbers likely will change a little bit before there's actually a recommendation or, before we actually sit down and plug it into the budget. We're hoping to save some money on at least one of those. We may see that whittle down $10,000 or $15,000 for this year, which will help out 25's budget. There again, I really didn't know what to put in there for 26 and after because vehicles just keep going up in price.
They keep on asking more and more and more for them, and even on the state contract, they keep going up. So I just bumped it up $1,000 a year. That likely won't cover it. We honestly don't know at this point. It's very much an unknown, and we kind of have to just play the cards. We are very hopeful, though, that if the trade deal works, that'll take our 5 down to 4, which is reflected on here for function year 26. And then if we're able to get that new old stock, that's going to save us between $10,000 and $15,000 off of this function year 25 replacement plan. I guess I'll just field questions. Is there anything specific questions?
New old stock, meaning new vehicle that's not a Durango?
Yes. Okay. Yeah, it's a Ford. And we've been, Heather picks on me, and sometimes she calls me cheap. I call myself frugal. My wife also calls me cheap sometimes. We're just trying to find ways to save in the budget and still get something that's got a warranty on it that will prove to be valuable to the agency. So what we found was a new old stock 22. It's one vehicle. They have one. It's sitting there. It's a new 22, full warranty. It's never been titled. So been sitting, but we can save $10,000 or $15,000 and it's under full warranty, then I'm all for saving the $10,000 or $15,000 on it. So,
and we've got one 22 already in the fleet.
We do have one 22, and that, every now and then you come across these deals. That's actually how we got that 22. So vehicle number 6 is in there. That 22 was actually new old stock in 23. We just happened to scoop it up. It was one where an agency had canceled it and never picked it up, never paid for it, so it was still sitting in the lot. And they called up and they said, "Hey, you need a vehicle? What's the deal?" So
how's the performance been on it?
What's that?
How's the performance been on it?
Those have been fine. That one's actually in the shop today. kind of bad to have to say that, but it was the type of stuff you would expect on new old stock. Here's a bad battery. And it's still under warranty, so we got a new battery. So, I mean, it's not been anything major. No issues like what the Durangos have cost us. So we're definitely exploring every avenue we can to potentially save money on this.
So you have to disclose what's wrong with those when you do the trade.
Well, I mean,
it's been fixed.
I mean, realistically, they're going to run the history and see that it's been in the shop and it's had all the work done to it. So, the thing is, like on, vehicle 27 is really not a problem child vehicle, but it's starting to have some of those issues that we saw these other ones have earlier on. So if we have a potential to trade it out and go to a new vehicle for the same amount of money and go back on a warranty, and our repair budget is just astronomical right now. We're spending way more than we should ever be spending for new vehicles. And it's because all those 20s have rolled out of warranty now. Unfortunately, nature of the beast, and some of the 22s now have rolled out solely on mileage. So we're getting close to going back to where we've only got a few vehicles that are under warranty, and the whole rest of them are all saddled on us.
So, question for you, obviously, if we're able to make those trades happen, FY 2025 doesn't look so bad, but it's that FY 26 that is the big concern.
Yeah, and it's
$260,000. Is there a way to push one of those 4 vehicles to 2027 to better balance that out across those years? Right.
Yeah, I mean, and I just want to make sure everybody is on the same page. I kind of calculated on that trade going through. I shouldn't have, but I put it in. It's calculated on that going through and working. So the 2 in 25 and the 4 in 26 are accounting for that, because it really was 5 in 26.
Right.
So the trade knocked it down to 4. We looked at it. If we do, I mean, we certainly could do it. If we push one out from 26 to 27 to try to level it up at 3 and 3, it's going to put us running a vehicle about 20,000 or 25,000 miles more than what we typically would. So it's definitely something we could do. There's been plenty of agencies that had to do it before, and we've been in that situation before. And that's kind of for everybody that may not be totally aware. The reason we're kind of where we are is because of years ago, this is boards ago, where they let vehicles go, and it's really extended period of time. And then we had to do that big 5-car purchase in the same year. And so we're trying to find a way to break that 5 up, because now all 5 are basically coming and do it at the same time.
Right. The key is to balance it so that year after year we have a pretty set expectation. We're going to replace whether it's 2 or whether it's 3 year over year, and the cost remains similar within the budget.
Yeah, I think it's going to be, once we get past this hump in 26, however we're able to do it, it should level out to where it's a 2 or 3 purchase per year, and that'll keep the cars rolled out. And, some of these on here are notating surplus on the chart. Effectively what we do is we look at whatever the maintenance cost has been for the vehicle, and we kind of combine that with the fact of the age and the mileage. So, like if you notice on here, vehicle number 22 and 23 are 2018s. Those are actually up for replacement. It's time to replace those. And those are the ones that are noted for replacement in 25. They're still in good enough shape that it's going to let us sell those really, really old ones that are our actual spare cars and push them back the line. So typically, whatever you replace will see a retirement or a surplus status the following budget year. So it runs about a year behind. That lets you cycle your replacement to spare, sell your spare that's in worse shape and older. So we're still rolling out. For the first couple of years, we've got a 2002 Durango to roll out and a 2006 Crown Vic, and then a 2004 Crown Vic. So those three will be surplus in 25. Those should have been surplus 10 years ago, truth be told. Those are the ones we had to bring back into service because of all these issues. So they were actually parked down at the shop, partially decommissioned, and we had to do work to them to put them back in service. And then, in 2026, we'll be rolling out the last 2 Crown Vics, and then starting to roll out the newer Ford. So we'll be rolling a 2015 sedan off to the surplus line. So we're slowly catching up. And like I said, I don't have a magic fix to it. I think the trade-in fix is going to help us out a lot and soften 26, and then if we can find a way to maybe soften it one more vehicle, or if we come up and we're able to find another new old stock and save money, realistically, 2 trade-ins should bring more than 1 purchase based on what the trade-in value is. So it's just a lot of unknowns, and I should have more information for the board, probably not this coming week, but the next board meeting. We're actually meeting with the dealer this coming week, so we'll kind of be able to solidify a little bit of this information.
Remind me again how many employees you have coming. 17?
You're going to ask that. 19.
19.
So we've got 18 in PD. We've got code enforcement. We've got 5 part-time.
And Chief Olive, if you could maybe just give a brief reminder about why we operate the 1 vehicle per officer take home versus having less vehicles that are shared.
Definitely. I guess kind of the first thing is every department does it. I hate to say that, but really that is an incentive for the officers. They count that vehicle as their own, so they take care of it better. About the only agencies that what we call hot seat a car are the really big ones like CMPD, and obviously they offset what is considered a job benefit. They offset that with just a crazy high salary, $20,000 or $30,000 more than what anybody in Rowan County pays. So we've got that fixed radius of 30 miles where the officer can take it home. They're expected to keep their vehicles clean. That's part of the deal. They clean their vehicles. Whether they clean an owner off duty, they have to keep it clean. They have to keep it maintained. And obviously, we've seen when you hot seat a car, it's hard to hold somebody accountable for it when there's multiple officers in it. And that, unfortunately, that's what we've been having to do recently. We've got 1 Durango we've been having to hot seat because we're short on vehicles. And just this past week, Joel had to put brakes on it for us. Who do you blame it on? There's been so many people driving it. Literally, who do you hold accountable for the brakes? Now, I don't think the brakes were per se negligence, but still, if it was your vehicle, you drive it like your vehicle. A lot of officers say that's their baby. They take good care of it, keep it washed. That's their mobile office. They spend 12 hours in it a day. So when you start hot seating it, before you know it, you've got spilled coffee underneath the seat, and you've got warped brake rotors, and you get a scratch on the door, and nobody really feels bad about it until it's not theirs. So as a rule of thumb, most agencies have a one-on-one policy with vehicles. Like I said, with the exception of some of the really large agencies. So,
well, you've got some missing numbers in here too.
Yeah, there's a couple numbers that have been retired. The vehicle number 13 has been retired, and that was an officer's number that was killed in the line of duty. So that number was permanently retired forever.
19,
but they do kind of skip around. Yeah. So as we bring a new vehicle in, we never wanted to have. There's some agencies that have like vehicle number 217. We never wanted to do that, so we don't add them to the end. As we retire a vehicle, we open that number back up and just replace it. So like vehicle number 2, if you notice at the very bottom of the sheet, this is kind of a prime example. We went on and replaced vehicle number 2 with that new F-150. At the very bottom of the sheet, the one that says SP1, that's actually that vehicle. We just stuck another acronym with it to know that that's getting ready. It's a spare, but it's getting ready to go to surplus line.
So you've actually got, it shows 32 cars, but you have 5 that are not, 5 numbers that are not in that sequence. So
Yeah, and I would have to actually calculate.
So
up
there are
what they are.
28 total vehicles.
28.
Which you typically keep how many in reserve?
Typically 6 is the goal in reserve. So obviously we're heavy on that right now. And like I said, kind of the reason we're heavy on that is because we had the 3 on the surplus line that were actually set to be surplus and sold this year that we had to bring back into service. So kind of a negative. We don't want that many vehicles. We don't have anywhere to keep them. We junk up Joel's yard and junk up our back parking lot back here. So we really don't want that here. But 6 is always our target. So you keep a couple that are that your part-timers use, and they're responsible for them. So it's maybe not a one-on-one vehicle, but they are responsible for that vehicle, especially our part-timers that work a lot. So we've got some part-timers that work at nearly full-time hours during certain weeks. So those are kind of quote-unquote assigned to that officer, and they're responsible for it. But then obviously you keep some unmarked spares and you keep some marked spares, and that's for the unfortunate times when we do have vehicles that are wrecked. We've got one that's going to go to the shop now. That was the budget amendment for this month, where we were struck by another car. So that one's going to be out of service for about a month at the body shops, and then we'll use one of those 6 spares and put them in it. So.
I also asked Chief, how many are down right now that are not, able to be put in service?
Oh boy. Let me think about that.
I mean, so
we've got a Durango that's down right now. We've got 2 Crown Vics that are down right now. We've got another Durango that's down that's going to the body shop. We've got a Crown Vic that's down with lighting problems. So I've got 5 down right now.
Thank you.
So it's a pretty significant amount. The problem is a lot of times, realistically, the only way that we're hitting or even remotely coming close to hitting our yearly amount for repairs is a lot of these repairs we wind up doing ourselves. It's just the only way we can do it. So some of it's time dependent, like the lights that we have out right now, those are ones that we're going to fix ourselves instead of paying a shop $125 an hour to fix it for us. So some of it winds up being time dependent on us having extra time to go out there and work on it. But I think I can talk about Chad coming back part time. Can I talk about Chad, Joel? Let's not talk about it. Hopefully we'll have some part-time help. Hopefully we'll have some part-time help at some point on some of these vehicles. So we've got one that needs a rear end right now. So as soon as we get in a position for that, then hopefully we'll get that rear end, then it'll be back up and going.
So the Durangos number 30, 31, and 32, they're still running in good shape?
They're running. They're running okay.
27 and 29 were.
Yeah, they're running okay. Right. Yeah, they're definitely running better than the previous ones have really been giving us problems. And we've got 2 of them noted as surplus in 27. Vehicle 31, I don't have noted as surplus at all. That one's driven by Wayne Comer, who lives in town. So the mileage is really low on it. And it hasn't been causing us problems, and it has really low mileage. So we're hoping that even though it's going to be way past the replacement time based on years, we're really hoping to be able to stretch that one out for as long as we can, just because he lives in town. He's not putting any mileage on it. So,
right.
But yeah, that's the reason there's absolutely nothing broke beside vehicle 31 is solely because of that. So fingers crossed on that one.
Okay. I was just curious because I know we said we were having issues with the Durangos, and I know that's something that the residents probably would want to hear too. Like, because it does look like we have a large amount of vehicles, but at the same token, some of them are not functioning.
Right. And we're going to slowly whittle that down. Sense. So, with 2 purchases this year and sending 3 out, we're going to try to chip away at that surplus. And once we feel comfortable that, effectively, once some of these Durangos are off the line, we'll feel a little more comfortable relying on the other vehicles. That's really been our holdover, and it paid it forward right now because we'd be in a real bind if we couldn't pull those back off the surplus line. So we're pretty fortunate we didn't sell them yet. Realistically, these old Crown Vics are not bringing much. They may bring $3,000 at sale. But on the flip side, we don't want to just keep maintaining that old inventory either. So eventually we're going to try to have those rolled off within about the next year.
Are the reserves, are they stored outdoors or indoors, or where are they stored if they're not being used?
Yeah, all outdoors. Typically the only indoor storage we've ever really used, and it just has been recently is the one that's waiting upfit has been stored in the garage at the Carter House. So we've been keeping it indoors just because it's brand new and we had a place to put it. But yeah, typically everything's stored outdoors. Now some of the officers that have take-home vehicles, obviously they have them in their garage at their house. So kind of another extra benefit to that, just having them stored away from here. You know, there was I wish I could remember the agency. It was back 20 years ago when I first got into law enforcement, and they had a lot stored at the PD and got hit with a hailstorm one day, and it took like 20 cars down all in one day. So that was some of that transition. I saw there was agencies back then that didn't have take-home vehicles, and after that happened, the kind of word crept out in the area. You started seeing more and more sending them home with the officers to not put all the commodities in one location and take a chance on it. All righty. Any other questions on the fleet? Come on. I'll try to get rolling now. I know we're running a little bit behind. So other capital needs and replacements that we're kind of slated for. Some of this is recurring, but I wanted to put it in just kind of in form where everybody can see it. Obviously, we're still working on replacing our final in-car computers that are not Windows 11 compliant. So we've got until the end of this year, basically. I believe October of 25 is kind of D-Day for that. So we're trying to break that trend. You know, we bought a lot of laptops all at the same time because we had laptops that were 15 years old. So we've kind of got a decent replacement plan to where we get two, we're asking for two in functional year 25. That's going to take care of all the ones that are not 11 compliant and get all the really old ones gone. So we'll, you know, IT man will be happy with us. And then we kind of get into that replacement, you know, one computer a year, two computer a year rotation, to where we can keep those computers rotated out and not get hit needing 8 or 10 computers in a year again. Second line on there, notated new, that is the upfit parts for the pickup we just purchased. So we knew we're not going to have upfit money for it out of this year's budget. So it's sitting here. It's got one little blinking dash light in it. We are already using it because we needed to free the vehicle up that it was coming to replace, put back in service with our new hire. So that's the upfit parts, which is pretty standard. Upfit and labor, that'll be in this coming year's request. The drone, this is the second year that we kind of put the drone on. We were not able to fund it this past year. It's went up about $700 since last year. I think our original request last year was $6,000. I know I've talked to Chief Lanning. I believe he's got a drone request also. Most agencies are went to utilizing a drone. Obviously, he can speak more on what fire utilizes it for as far as flying over scenes and looking for hot spots. They've got FLIR capability on them, so we utilize them quite often. We're relying on other agencies currently. So it really depends on whether the agency is available to send a drone up here. And kind of, you know, for us, missing people, individuals running on warrants, any number of things that you can put a drone up, get an aerial view, gives you a heat signature. You can actually see the person on it. We actually used it this past year on some traffic control for when all the construction was going on. We had some of the museum events. We had a drone up flying. It could look at parking locations, look at where traffic jams were. So it's a lot. There's a lot of abilities on our side. Definitely a lot of abilities on the fire department side. So me and Lanning actually talked. I'd already wrote this. I believe he had already wrote his. We discussed the potential of combining the request and doing one drone that we could share between the two departments. We get a little bit nicer drone doing it that way, and then it's not as much to maintain and upkeep. So I left it on there because it was already on here, but that's definitely something that me and Chief Lanning will be working together on our request on that. The golf cart replacement. So everybody remembers the golf cart. It is about 21 years old now. So we've been having some issues with the golf cart. That was the original one that was purchased used for code enforcement. So we've got a golf cart replacement in there that we're requesting this year. The dealer has offered to give us $2,500 trade-in on ours, which is as kind of a courtesy. That is a great trade-in. So we're very happy. It's a $99.99 golf cart, so it's $10,000. He can give us $2,500 trade-in, kind of help out the municipality and law enforcement. So we may actually be able to whittle that number down a little bit more. I've got some fingers crossed. We've got a little bit of surplus property that he's interested in that we can actually trade in also, I believe. So it may come in under that, but the 75 was a firm number that he gave me this week. He said he was willing to do. Like I said, it's about a 21-year-old golf cart that we're trying to replace, and not putting more money into it.
Talk to us about how often you're using a current golf cart, what you use it for.
Typically special events. So it's primarily special events. Now, code enforcement uses it some. They used to use it a lot. And it was the approachability factor. The problem is the one we've got now is in such bad shape. It's okay for special events, but to run it often for code enforcement is not super functional. I think some of you have probably rode on it before. It's got a little bit of issues. Unfortunately, it left Preston stranded one day just because the batteries didn't make it back. It left him stranded. So we don't use it as much for code anymore. I would anticipate he's going to start doing that again. It's solely an approachability factor. So we're still going to want to use it obviously for special events. Use it over at the museum for events and the 5Ks and all the events that we host around here. But for approachability, for Preston to pull up on a golf cart and be able to have that, it's kind of there's no wall there. So he can pull up and talk to somebody, a little less confrontational. It worked really good when we were doing it, so we hope to get that back into full service where we're not expecting to drive around when it's 20 degrees, but when it's nice weather outside, we like to see him out there on it and trying to have contact with the citizens. The next two lines are radio replacements. Those are ones that we knew were coming. In-car radio and mobile radios. You know, the county just replaced everything that kind of the county's originally to start with. So we've got those. These are the ones that we were short for our staff. So we've got individuals that don't have assigned portables right now. So this is to place a couple portables in the service and to place one in a vehicle that we need. Where we've got a few vehicles right now that have no radio. They use portable only, which brings back definitely some issues. We're not trying to replace all of those, but we do have one that we need to get a replacement in. That's going to be a full-time on-the-road vehicle every day. We definitely don't want them to try to work off a battery all day long. So the last thing on there, the Taser 7s. Now, I pushed that all the way out to functional year 28. I talked to Heather about it. So our Tasers are over 20 years old. We have had 3 that have totally died this year, just died. They're beyond the repair time frame. We can't even send them in for repair anymore. They don't offer parts on them. The way Taser, Axon works now is very much like your body cameras, or your in-car cameras. It's all based upon basically a program you purchase. And you pay them, and they give you replacement Tasers. Something happens, they replace them. At the end of the 5-year plan, they're yours to keep. At that point, they're out of warranty, but they're yours to keep. But we're running ones that are in excess of 20 years old right now. We've actually bummed a few off at the sheriff's office that they were gracious enough to give to us because we had 3 go down that we didn't have replacements for at all. So looking out to functional year 28, that is D-Day for the newest ones that we have. We've got ones in there at 20 years old, but we also have some that are only 10 years old. But during 28, they no longer offer service on anything that we have, and they're not cheap. So that $52,000, I believe, that's programmed in there. That is only for half of our officers' tasers.
So that's going to be what?
That's just 10.
10 of them.
That is for 10 tasers. It's $52,000, and obviously that's a number that we would have to realize in the budget, I guess. And that's more Heather. That's more Heather's deal. We have to realize it, I guess, but it would be divided up over a 5-year plan. So really, you're only looking at $10,000 a year. But that is only replacing half of them. So it's definitely something that we want to try to get ahead of and just know that that is probably coming at some point. You know, our intent would be about half of ours are the newer version that still will be out of warranty and still be beyond economical repair, and they won't service them in 28. We would try to keep those in service for at least 5 more years past kind of D-Day for them. We'll keep them in service until these first 10 were paid off, and then we would recycle and replace the other ones. We're trying to think of a way to get around this, really. You know, unfortunately, tasers are kind of like a basic necessity nowadays, and we're trying to keep them in service as long as we can. So, as far as other capital needs, that is about it. Is there any specific questions on that? It didn't look as bad when I programmed the numbers in. we've slowly started whittling away at the stuff that we didn't have. You know, for years we didn't have anything, and for the last 3 years we've tried to replace all of the small stuff that we just had that officers didn't have. You know, if you believe it or not, back in 2021 we had people sharing door lock kits. You know, you have to leave it in the back hallway and somebody'd have to check it out. You know, I mean, it's a $100 item, but then they get dispatched because the kid's locked in the car. They have to come back to the office and check it out. So we've tried to start whittling away at all the individual things like that we're having to share around. We've got fully upfitted cars.
So that 37 is a big chunk in the upcoming year.
Mhm.
And yet you fall off to about 9,000 the following year.
Yeah, we fall off pretty good.
If there was anything that you could live without this year that would shift into the following fiscal year to balance that out, what would it be?
Hard decision. Very hard decision.
You knew I was going to
Yeah,
ask.
I know. We definitely would have to think about it. And you know, there again, I'm a bargain man, trying to find a way to bargain people down and get what we can.
Well, and grants too. I mean, the question is, is there anything up here, like the drone, for instance? Is that something we can apply for a grant to get? Possibly. Tasers, I don't know. Are there grants out there for that?
There's not much out there for tasers. You know, most of the grants specifically exclude anything that's considered use of force because they don't want to be involved with giving you money.
Right.
Even though it's legal use of force and it's nature of the enemy. You know, nature of the beast, you have to do it. But yes, potentially. You know, we actually looked into a grant on it last year, and they were not receptive to the drone. But now that we're talking about combining it, and there again, we just had that conversation 2 days ago. So we really haven't been able to look into that. Now we're looking at combining it for not only PD but for fire needs and doing our request. We're hoping that would obviously eliminate a lot of that cost, regardless, by being able to combine them. So, you know, it's one of those things where we can always, you know, when we get down to that number and you know, Peter says you got to hit this target number. You know, we can push a radio to next year and continue sharing. It's not ideal. Ideal is every officer has their own radio, but if we have to share, we can share. Not what we want to do, but whatever the need is. When it gets down to those number crunches, we'll definitely try to make it happen.
I think the key is knowing that there's some flexibility.
Yeah. I think we've always got room to move wherever we can. And I've actually got a call into one of the radio reps right now, kind of going back on the car thing. I asked him if he had new old stock. He said that he thought he had some demos. So if the demos come in and he's willing to hold them until July 1st, his demos are usually about 40% off. So you would see the 40% on some of those radios whittled down. I hate to throw that information out there too early, but I'm very hopeful that if he's got it, he would be willing to hold it for us if we tell him we're definitely going to want them. So we'll definitely be frugal where we can. Try to knock it down as much as we can. Staffing projections. So here's where I wanted to go back over these current slides just to kind of show where our growth has been. These were some slides that were in last year's presentation. I didn't put them all in here, but I just wanted to show kind of where we're at and what we really did. So this was the identical slide last year that showed what our anticipated 2024 was going to be. So on all these slides, the 24 is what we thought it was going to do. So here we thought it was going to be right around 6,000. A little higher than that. We were at 6,830 on our, this is all on proactive work here on our park checks. Our school checks, we anticipated being slightly over 3,000. We're almost at 4,000, which definitely attaboy for the guys on that and girls who went out and were able to really capitalize on our time at the schools. Business checks, same thing. We were anticipating under 5. We came in at 5,264. Vehicle stops, you know, this has been a hot button, but our traffic speeds have slowed down, so it has worked. We anticipated being right over 2,000. We're at 3,584, which that's where all of our drugs and our guns are coming from that we've been taking off the street. Arrest, we were pretty close on arrest. We anticipated about 290, wound up being at 319, so a little bit over on that. There again, I know I've shared this with the board before. The percentage of arrests that are actually of citizens is very low. We have a law-abiding group of citizens that live here. Our problem is all the pass-through traffic, and that traffic has significantly increased. The numbers they're just increasing. We've got all the growth going on in the area. So we're already feeling the effects of it. Our overall year has appeared to go up about 10% already on overalls. Assisting the agencies, I want to always like to highlight what we're able to do for our neighboring municipalities. East Spencer, we had 373 in 2023. 2024, we're over there 637 times. So a significant increase in assisting East Spencer on their call volume. Other agencies, we had 374 assists in 23. We're at 583 in 24. So that includes times we go out with the fire department. It includes when we assist EMS on overdoses, and then obviously the sheriff's office. We've assisted some other agencies in the area on DMV. We've been to Granite Quarry a few times for rather large calls and assisted with them. So numbers on assist kind of continue pointing back to the volume across the county is going up for everybody. Obviously, East Spencer just went up significantly. They needed us a lot more than what they needed us before, and we're going to try to be there for them every chance we can be. The same reactive versus proactive that we had on last year's, we anticipated being at about 28,000 events in 2024. We were at 32.9. So there again, more than a 10% increase in our events that were logged by the officers. So everything has kind of went up that 10 or 15% in 2024. So a little bit more than what we really anticipated. I stole these. Told Steve I stole some of his blocks because they were so well laid out. So I pasted them right into my presentation. But it really worked out good, showing talking about a 16% increase in homes, a 15% increase in size. 19 in population, all of what we're looking at and trying to be ahead of that curve to make sure that we can provide a flat level of service. So we don't want, that whole rule of thumb, if you annex somewhere, you want to be able to provide the same level of service to people you already have. So we kind of have been trying to get ahead of that curve already. So kind of what the impact is, the truck stop. Truck stop is going to bring revenue, but it is going to bring law enforcement problems. Those are firm numbers. I can back that up all day long looking at the truck stops in this county and what the call volume is they generate. We know we're going to get a 10% increase in our dispatch calls solely by the truck stop. Just the truck stop is going to increase 10%. And that's based on the historical averages from the truck stop down at Field Road. So we know that's what it's going to bring about. You can imagine the type of calls that you dispatch for truck stops. And then you add to that the motor vehicle accidents from all the trucks coming in and out that need a wreck report, whether it's just a simple backed into a pole. Most of these commercial vehicles need a report for their company. We kind of oblige them and plan on doing that. 16% increase in residential dispatch calls and or code violations questions. So I ripped that straight from Steve on the 16% increase in the number of homes. We would anticipate that if the number of homes go up by 16, we're going to get 16. Now, you're getting new homes, so your calls are probably going to be a little different. You would hope that you're not going to have the slugging it out domestics, but you're still going to have the people complaining about the barking dog and the neighbor that drove through their grass and the neighbor that parked in front of their driveway. You're going to have the same type of calls that are still time constraints on the staff.
You talk like that happens already in our county.
It happens a lot.
Really?
I'm not even going to talk about the code part that I left there at the end. You get nice new residential neighborhoods and they know about our codes. They are going to expect them to be enforced 100%. And the first violation of it, they're going to be calling. The second violation, they're probably calling all of you. And we know that's the way it goes. Unknown increase in traffic related issues. This is the part where we really don't know. We just have to throw our hands up. We know because we don't know per se what the commercial industrial projects are going to bring about. We don't know the volume. We don't know what's going to be in those buildings. So now that, while we anticipate it may be a couple of years until those businesses are open, we do have to try to go ahead and think ahead of how's that going to impact us, because the roadways are all in the city, so highway patrol is not going to be here. It's definitely all going to come back on us. So all those wrecks, all the traffic complaints and everything that goes, we have increased industrial traffic and hundreds or thousands of employees, whatever the situation may be, coming in and out every day. We know that's going to be an increase to us also. Kind of looking at what the staffing needs are, and these are my best projections. A couple of them are, I'm going to include the first two, because I think they're really important to talk about. I've kind of already talked to Peter about this, reclassing the current detective position to sergeant. So when we did our most recent sergeant assessment, we had a few really good candidates. The individual who is currently in the detective position was our very, very close second pick for being promoted to sergeant. Our hope and our goal is to get 24-hour supervision That's always the best, especially, I talked earlier about having really young officers on the road working by themselves. We want the senior people that are able to function as supervisors to be out working on the road. So by reclassing the current detective position to a sergeant, our intent would be to move him into that position, which would then give us a supervisor on until 3 a.m. every night. So you would only have that little block of time between 3 a.m. and 6 a.m. before another supervisor was available. So that is not a significant cost to us as far as reclassing him. Then what the goal would be is to use the detective position as an assignment rather than a separate grade. So we no longer would separately classify it, set it off to its side. We could assign a patrol officer to be trained to be a detective. And a lot of agencies do that. Patrol officers basically carry the rank, or detectives basically carry the rank of corporal in most agencies. That's the way it is here. But we have corporals that are on the street working as a line level police officer, and we have our detective that's effectively considered a corporal. So it's a good reclassification that doesn't cost the town much money, but benefits us by giving us supervision late in the evening. The second one on there, reclassing our code enforcement position to sworn officer. This is one I've already talked to Peter and Heather about. There again, it's not a significant cost, but it is a pretty good benefit. So Preston, our code enforcement officer, is a sworn law enforcement officer, but he's listed as a civilian right now. So by reclassifying him, he'll go from being the 40-hour employee to a 42, and then he will be eligible for callback. So we have already kind of started because making the best of what we've got and using our staff to their abilities. He has went to basic crime scene investigation school, and he successfully completed that, to where now we have a major crime scene. We need assistance. We've got our code guy here, and he can jump right on board and help us out on that. It's almost like getting an extra position. The good thing is, since he's going from being a 40 to a 42-hour employee by being swapped over, he's going to be here 2 hours extra. So as a rule of thumb, we wouldn't pull him on too much, but he is also interested in going and being trained on commercial vehicle wrecks. So knowing that the truck stop is coming, it's going to be excellent to have him available during the daytime. He can run over there, be over at the truck stop for 45 minutes, take a report on a commercial vehicle wreck, and be able to free up. And that keeps our current officers that are working the street available for calls. So kind of a double win for the town on both of these, as far as kind of getting more out of our current staff and not costing us a lot of money to do it. Kind of looking at the future, I've tried to split these up in half-year positions. Obviously, a lot of this is dependent upon our growth. We know, playing the numbers and looking at the anticipated growth, if we wanted to keep it flat, to keep the growth versus officer flat, that we would need to add an officer in January of 26 and likely another one in January of 27. That is based upon all the information that we know of what the anticipated residential increase would be and the potential commercial increase. Now, if those projects were to be delayed, obviously these requests would be delayed. But looking out at the next 5 years, if things move and keep going, that will be when our next request would be. Again, beat the growth. That's the same thing I put on there last year. We always want to beat the growth. We've done really good about it. It's real easy to forget that back in 21 we had drive-by shootings in the middle of the road, and we were just being inundated with violent crime. And that's because our staffing level was not satisfactory for the amount of pass-through traffic we had. I always say that because I don't ever want to make it look like we've got a bad community, because we don't. But the pass-through traffic is heavy, and the pass-through traffic is what brings us issues. So we just got to make sure we remain ahead of that. I would hate to see it ever slide back down to what it was before. Again, those are just kind of best guesstimates on the growth. Some of that's going to depend on how soon it comes. We're at that kind of thing, and it's a little bit hard to explain to everybody. We're at a precarious situation where it's not so much that we just have to have an extra officer to be able to answer some calls. The problem is the availability aspect of it, because we're right on that cusp where we're small enough to where quite often it happens even now that you've got an officer that's tied up with somebody at the magistrate's office, and we get dispatched on a domestic. It happens all the time. And then we've got an officer by himself responding to a domestic, which is a terrible idea. when you start stretching the city limits out both directions, we're going north, we're crossing 85, you start making that drive time a little bit more between our calls. The likelihood that we're going to have an officer sitting in a truck stop on a commercial vehicle wreck or on a petty larceny, and then we get an officer dispatched to the River Park, and then a call comes out on 17th Street, those possibilities start amping up. And you know, we kind of pride ourselves on having that 3-minute time frame. Typically, about 3 minutes we respond. That's always the benefit of being in a municipality rather than being in the county. You know, you call for a deputy, no knocking on them. Sometimes it takes 20 or 30 minutes for them to get there. We pride ourselves on being able to be there and resolve a situation in minutes. You start stretching it out and start doubling and tripling time frames. That obviously is our concern. So that's what we're trying to avoid. I would say questions. I talked enough. I said I was going to go really
So
fast.
what I've heard from this is that Mr. Magistrate over there needs to process them faster. Is that what it is?
I think he said he's retired, not his problem anymore. But he's a fine one to tell you, though. I mean, realistically, how often does it happen that there's a line and you're tied up and you've got a prisoner? I mean, it's not as simple as a lot of people think about being able to just dump a prisoner. If you get up there and there's 3 people ahead of you and you've got to roll somebody for fingerprints, you know, there are times when we get tied up. And, you know, 3 years ago, there was times this town had no law enforcement, and most citizens didn't realize that. It doesn't happen much anymore. But 2021, you rest assured, there were times when there was 4 or 5, 6 hours where nobody was here. Because, you know, you pull somebody over on a traffic stop and get a drunk at 3 o'clock in the morning, and you're already working by yourself, and then you go up here and they fight you, and you have to process them and fingerprint them and get them booked in. There was definitely times where there were hours upon hours of nobody being here. So we're really trying to avoid that. We're trying to avoid an officer working by themselves. It is just horrible business nowadays to send an officer on a call by themselves, not only for the officer's safety, but kind of for the liability of the town. You know, it's always better to have 2 sets of eyes there, and it really makes the bad guy, for lack of a better term, think twice when there's 2 officers standing there versus 1. You know, historically, our use of force is really low, which is where we want to keep it. We try to get voluntary compliance, and typically by show of force, by 2 or 3 standing there, people decide they shouldn't do what they're thinking they're going to do. So we're really trying to avoid going back to those days. It seems like it's a long time ago, but I remember it like it was yesterday. And it was miserable.
So, and I know we talked not too long ago. I mean, part of the reason for amping up our hiring was to make sure that we had 2 on duty, on patrol, on the street at all time. How often are we hitting that metric?
Basically never. During the day, well, I say never, until those mid-shift cars have to go home, we typically have at least 2. So on most days we're good until at least 10 p.m. A lot of days we're good until 3 a.m. And then that's when it would trickle down, just because we don't have significant staff for the call volume that's coming in during the peak times to put 2 people until 6 a.m. So there's always that gap between 3 and 6 a.m. where we very heavily rely on the sheriff's office or on East Spencer to back us up, and they rely on us likewise. So we forge pretty good relationships with the sheriff's office where they kind of keep a deputy up here in the evening hours a little bit closer. So it's worked out thus far. Honestly, you know, the ideal way, once this growth hits and we get what I would consider fully staffed for what our department should be, we would have 2 on until 6 a.m. And that way you don't have anything. You know, we used to have 1 on by himself after 6 p.m. And that was a long 12 hours to work by yourself. So we've kind of gradually crept that up. We had it covered until about 9, and we had it covered until 10. Now, about 80% of the time we have it covered until 3 a.m. So we've slowly gotten there. Again, we've got 1 opening right now, so as soon as that employee comes on, we've got a good candidate for it. I think he's going to be fine. As soon as he comes on and we get him through field training, that he'll go to a night shift position. So that's going to start help adding more to those evening hours.
Board questions?
Let me ask you a question. Looking for the future, I know you're crowded over here. When do you anticipate possibly moving maybe next door or something like that? Do you look at that in the future?
Yeah, you know, we haven't really, I don't know if we've really crossed. I mean, me and Peter's talked briefly about it. We're 100% already over capacity on our side, unfortunately. I talked to Peter about, there's kind of an easy, cheaper fix for us. If we absorbed the conference room that's right behind you, we could actually then put basically a walkway into it from our side. And that would fill our needs probably, for the next 10 years at least, on PD and staffing size. Now, always in the back of my mind is our evidence room already has a lot, a whole lot. So can we maintain the next 10 years in our current evidence room? Potentially. So obviously though, if we take the conference room behind you, it's going to have to be rebuilt somewhere. So if it could be added on into the lease space, a potential, we haven't really talked about any idea as far as moving the whole PD though. That would be a pretty easy fix, for a lack of a better term, to do that. But yeah, we've already kind of got that issue now. So we've got a sergeant that's sharing an office, and when he's doing personnel and reviews, and obviously we've always tried to keep that behind closed doors. Cubicles are not a good idea for supervisory officers, for a lot of reasons. So we're kind of hot seat and desk right now, for a lack of a better term, but definitely something for the next 5 years that we're probably going to have to look at.
Do you use the weight rooms and everything pretty much?
Mm-hmm.
So y'all?
Yeah, we've got a lot of guys. I know the fire department's got a lot that use it. Yeah, we've definitely got a handful they're pretty active in there. So.
Okay. I'm just curious.
We probably all need to be, but there is a handful. I can think of probably about there's a solid 10 or 15 that use it pretty regularly between us and fire. I'm not
Okay,
sure.
that's good. I'm glad it's being used.
Joel's got a few that's using it, so yeah,
that's good.
Definitely a good benefit. We always show that weight room off when we're touring people through too. Like we've got. I'll tell you a very quick story. I know we're taking up somebody else's time, but like the new guy that we've got set to hopefully start in about the next week, he actually works for a fitness company that does fitness for first responders. So he was like, "All right, y'all are on the right direction. He's gonna whip us all into shape." So I think we've got plans for him, but he's got plans for all of us. So I don't know what that means.
I think maybe I said one of my jobs was to keep us on time, and I think I'm getting worse and worse as the day goes on. We actually maybe let's move on to the fire presentation, and we have some time at the end of the day for consensus. I know there may be some we want to talk more about the police presentation, because there's a lot of important stuff there. But if it's okay with everyone, maybe let's go ahead and let get to the fire chief, let him have his time. And then at the end of the day, we'll come back and try to wrap up some of this stuff.
Well,
so
he can do it in 19 minutes, right?
I felt like I was doing really good too. I look down.
We had a lot of questions. Sorry.
I'll do my best to get all of them. So the first part of my presentation
Point it to the back. That's where the computer is. There you go.
And we kind of went over the key priorities last night. The packet you had provided before you, I went into a lot more in depth than I knew I was going to have time to sit here and do today. Really breaking down some of the reasons why, NFPA recommendations, and obviously when I talk about NFPA, I don't want y'all to get so lost in the fact that, okay, this is a federal group. So their recommendations are simply that. It is best practice to follow those recommendations, especially when it comes to turnout gear and stuff. If we don't follow those recommendations, and pray it never happens. I'll use me as an example. If I was to lose my life, the first thing that those groups are going to do from the state and federal level will go to my turnout gear and investigate. And if it is expired, then that will cost my family my death benefit. Right? So those are things that we don't want to do. Those are the important NFPA standards. So, in the sake of trying to catch us up,
Now it's going.
you're good.
Okay. Let me just progress through on here. No, it's not.
Just tell Mike, next slide.
Hey, there we go. So 2024 results, and again, I think we all know these, but I think that they hold the merit that, you know, we need to discuss them, we need to talk about them, and celebrate that. Like we said yesterday, celebrating the small victories is just as important as celebrating the large victories. So increasing our staffing, the addition of the fire engine that fortunately we're going to place into service tomorrow. The revamping of our pub ed program. So we've been in the schools for a couple years now. Last year we began 2 additional programs. One is the Fire Chiefs Award, and then the Color a Shield contest. And so Color a Shield, we do that during Fire Prevention Week, and we select 2 students from each grade level. And the people that actually make and print our shields for us, we get those printed, we give them a small copy, and then our staff actually wears those shields the students designed during Fire Prevention Week. And then the Fire Chiefs Award is something that, in conversation with those kids, my guideline or my request to the elementary school is 1 of 2 things: is someone that really exhibits leadership abilities going above and beyond, or someone who has just faced a large amount of adversity throughout the year, whether it's their school, their home life, but they excelled and they processed and proceeded through that. Implementation of a customer service-based evaluation. This was something that myself and former Chief Lewis had actually came up with, and staff thought we were crazy for doing it. But obviously we're going to be very careful what calls we pick. If we go to a CPR and somebody's family member passed away, I'm not going to send an evaluation to their house, say, how did we do our job? But that is a way that we can get a filler out there. How quick, in your mind, did we get there quick enough? How was our staff? Were they knowledgeable? Were they experienced? What was their level of professionalism? And we send that with a self-addressed envelope, and they send it back to us. So we are still in really, truly the implementation phase of that, but we're looking forward to getting the feedback to see how people view us through their windshields. Continued community partnerships. It's little things. Doll Museum, when they were moving, we had some free time. We helped them move their furniture over. In 2024, with PCA, Inaspec, and Chromacolor, we began doing CPR classes, fire extinguisher classes, exit drills, and doing all of that free of charge for them. But a lot of these corporations require that anyways for their risk reduction. So we can kind of get in there. It allows us to get inside the building, become more familiar with an emergency happen, but it also allows us to become familiar with the individuals that work there. And then lastly, staff development. That has been a beautiful thing, but it has been a headache for me. Minimum staffing is 3. When people want to go take a class, guess what that means? They're no longer on our fire truck. And so that has been a struggle, to say the least. I know me and Heather have talked in depth about what does this look like going into next year. Maybe what we thought the part-time program was going to look like with the addition of, or now 10 full-time staff, may have to change a little bit. When you've got 2 or 3 days that are available on top of vacation, their Kelly days or sick days or going to class, those days of availability are very sporadic. And that is hoping that those individuals who are part-timers are not already working somewhere or don't have plans with their family. And so it hasn't necessarily worked out the exact way that we thought it would. Next slide, please. So looking to the future. Like I said last night, I hope none of this scares y'all. I'm not saying, hey, we need this today. Some of this is, I do believe, our immediate or short-term needs. Some of this is 10 to 15 years. But I wanted to have the opportunity to go ahead and discuss this, discuss the reasons why, and so it's on all of our radar and we can figure out how we need to plan to be able to move forward. Next slide. So our station. Last year we received the presentation for the design concepts, and I think we've attempted to beat about every bush we can for grant funding. Figure out how we want to fund that project. I don't know if it really is going to help it go along, but you know, we had a lady in town that attempted to push this project quicker this week. But even our current building has its own various needs. and I'll take the fault for some of this, maybe my mindset was wrong. I didn't really want to dump a lot of money into remodeling of the current building if there was a possibility that in 2 to 3 years we weren't in that building. However, the reality is staff are still in that building regardless. Our floors need to be replaced. The kitchen cabinets are falling apart. So there's some upkeep to the current site that hopefully through this current budget and maybe some budget requests going into next year, we can address those issues. And then the narrative, our mechanical room, if a certain 4-letter organization showed up, they would fine us again. It is what it is. And I hate to say that. It's not out of rebellion. It's simply out of necessity. We have no space to put stuff. One of my immediate needs is a full-time deputy chief, and that sounds great. Except I have nowhere to put an office for him. I have nowhere to put a desk for him or her. And so there's a lot of various needs that we need today, but without that station project, it's going to be really hard to accommodate those. And then obviously the sleeping and living space. Again, fortunately, the incident that happened earlier this week, I truly believe the saving grace for one of our captains was that a fire hydrant was hit prior to the building being hit. Where the wall impacted the building, he literally rolled over out of his bed and looked out the window and was looking the lady in the face. So what had that looked like had she not hit a fire hydrant first? Had she went through the wall and pinned, where he was sleeping? And so there's some concerns there. And then again, to go along with the current station needs, as we have added our full-time staff, something that I just never thought about was the hot water heater. And I know this sounds really small and simple, but when you have enough hot water for one person to take a shower at night and you've got 3, staff has an issue with that.
Somebody's going to be smelly in the morning.
Yes. And the thing that is scary about this is our town is growing. With that comes requirements for our first engine to be on scene within 4 minutes, 90% of the time. So as we grow, what does the services that we provide really look like? I know a year or so ago we talked about a satellite station out towards the river as we were kind of growing that way. But now that we're growing in opposite directions and we're growing towards 85 and beyond 85 on Willow Creek, having the fire station where it is now really isn't ideal. I always use 6th Street and the Moose Lodge as if I could pick 2 places in town that would be almost ideal and perfect. But again, I can sit here today, and we had a meeting with the city of Salisbury a couple months ago, and of which their fire chief asked, "Where's your next station going?" Without knowing for sure where the growth is going to happen, I can't sit there and put that dot on the map right now today. The thing that I think it's important to convey to all of you as the board is that I feel will be a time, whether that's 5 years or 10 years, where we will need a second station. Well, that will mean a second staff truck with 3 to 4 people. And that's going to get costly. I know that. And I hate to be that guy after we just raised taxes to hire 6.
Well, all right, so you bring up a great point.
Yes.
And I think we do know where the growth is going to happen. Steve can tell you that. He knows where it's going to happen. He maybe doesn't know exactly when it's going to happen, but we know relatively where. And so, as we're starting to think about, well, we need to increase the size of this station and all of that, what we really probably need to look is, instead of looking at where do we put a brand new fire station now, what do we do to get this one to where it serves as a central fire station, and where do we site that new one?
The new one.
Right, and that's probably going to be on the north end of town.
Absolutely. Yep. And I say the Moose Lodge, not that there's been any conversation, but that's the one place where I know there's a huge grass open lot where a fire station would fit perfectly. Now, that doesn't mean that anybody would be willing to do that. And Steve's talk, where is the true center of town? Where is it, and where maybe should it be?
Well, where is it now, and where will it be?
Correct.
10 years down the road, I think that's the question.
And so again, I want that on everybody's radar. So in 5 years, in 10 years, where this need may be more here right in front of us, it's not a first-time conversation. Next slide, please. So equipment needs. So in 2016, community leasing, the board at the time approved us to purchase air packs and SCBA or SCBAs and SCBA bottles. Leased that over 7 years, I believe. So the packs themselves are perfectly fine. There's some heat damage to straps, things that we just really do some light refurb to. However, your lifespan of your SCBA bottles, and this is decided by DOT, is 15 years. So every 5 years you have to do a hydro test. After 15 years, you can no longer use those bottles. So we're now in year 9. So we have 6 years before we have to completely replace all of our SCBA bottles. And, you know, there's two mindsets. Do we replace all of them? Because as we've eliminated apparatus, we're short of ladder truck now. Do we really need to upkeep all of those? But the mindset is we already have them, we already own them. So go ahead and upkeep them. If a pack breaks tomorrow, we have available packs that we could take out of the closet, put into service. And that's going to be roughly $30,000 cost. PPE replacement, and I broke it down in this packet. So it was a true forecast of the next 5 years. We will have 24 helmets that will be out of date, 17 coats, 17 pants, and 18 pair of boots. And then there's a price breakdown for each of that. But it is a huge cost. I'm not as concerned with our volunteer members, not to say that they're any less important, but our volunteers haven't put their gear on in 3 to 4 years. However, our part-time staff members, and more importantly, our full-timers that are working day in and day out, we're trying to get to the model of having 2 sets of gear for everyone, again, especially our full-timers. So as they go to these fires, as they are exposed to these carcinogens, they're able to come back, they're able to shower, laundry their gear, and have a clean set of gear to put on. Again, anything that we can do to prevent them from 30 years coming back and say, Chief, I have cancer, we'd rather avoid that. And I know for at least since I've been the chief, we've replaced 3 to 5 sets a year. But as I think with a lot of things, there were years where that was abandoned and it wasn't worried about. We have a large amount of gear that is in date, but it would take 4 of me to fill that gear, right? It's just really odd and in sizes. And the unfortunate part of turnout gear is it's measured and fitted per the person. So if I buy it for somebody today and they quit next week, unfortunately, we've wasted $5,000. And so it is a big upfront cost, but it's a absolute necessary cost. And similar to we were talking earlier, it's a 10-year lifespan on your PPE. It's a 10-year lifespan on the boots, the helmets, the gloves, the hood, the helmet, or the coat, all of it. And so hopefully, again, through the budget process, 3 to 5 sets a year within 5 years would allow us to capture and replace almost all of those gear, the sets that we are anticipating that will be expired. Fire hose replacement. As we are putting our new engine into service tomorrow, one thing that we've thought about was that the hose that is on our Seagrave is a mixture of 1990s and early 2000s fire hose. And each year we're mandated, we have to test every section. It has to pass. If we're not, we take it out of service. But as we test more and more hose each year, more and more sections are failing. And they fail once you put them under that pressure for a minimum of 5 minutes. And so the fear is that if it's bursting while it's being tested, how long until somebody's on that line in a fire and it bursts? And what does that look like? And so we were requesting it, and again, whether it's phased a little by little, you're looking at a total of 2,000 to 2,500 feet of hose for a rough estimate of $40,000 to be able to replace that on the reserve truck. On the staffing level, to Joel, a piece of fire hose may be a piece of fire hose, but as things are made different, coefficients of hose are different, the friction loss of the hose are different. And all of those are very technical things that matter to the guy that's driving that fire truck. It tells him what pressure and how high he needs to run that pump to get the correct flow with the nozzle. Having out-of-date hose, having brand new hose is absolutely confusing for that person, especially a part-timer that's coming in 1 or 2 days a month and driving a truck, but having to remember all of the different coefficients and numbers and the formulas that he's going to have to use to figure out that flow. As Chief File said, drone and certified operators. So in my mind, for us, Go back to when Mr. Travis went missing. There were drones in the air, and that played a huge part. And there's been more and more fire departments. Rockwell and Landis, I believe the city of Salisbury just purchased one. But they use them for the most part for missing persons, just as File said. If the highway patrol has somebody that's a jump and run, Rockwell primarily will send their drone and their chief out pretty regular to assist with that. For me, as well as on the fire side, on our third alarm for all commercial fires, I have Drone 71, which is the drone from Rockwell, that is coming to wherever that fire may be. But for me, I will be able to sit in my truck while I'm running command and see from the top down what is happening. Are our efforts making a difference, or are they not? So shy of just search and rescue, there is a tactical advantage on the fire side to having a thermal drone. And my hope with that is that one person on each shift is certified, along with myself, and then however many PD officers Chief File decides to certify with that. But it would free up the availability and the likelihood that somebody can get that drone to the scene, whether it's for PD or fire to operate that. I know in talking to the League of Municipalities and Mr. DeLuca last year, that is something that we could put in for the public safety grant for, which is matching grant up to $5,000. So we could receive $2,500 for that. Now I don't know if we could put in for it and PD and then use the same funding, or use the funding that if we both got that grant for the same drone, but it would be something we could look into. And the last big ticket item for equipment is a PPE dryer. So again, talking about cleaning our gear. We had a hose dryer that was a mid-80s hose dryer that finally it quit middle of last year. I know before I was even the fire chief, the fan had went out, and I think Joel spent over a year trying to find a fan for it. So parts, it was pretty obsolete, and so we scrapped that. But we're now to the point after we wash our gear, the only option is to practically hang it in the bay on a makeshift clothesline, so to speak, or hang it wherever we can. And again, in the summer months when it's warm outside, that's feasible. If not, you're going to have cold gear in the winter that's going to hang there for a week until it mildews and you still don't have any dry gear. So again, that's a very vital need for us. However, yet again, I have nowhere in my current fire station to put that. Any questions on any of our equipment needs looking to the future? Next slide, please. So, a deputy fire chief. When I took over in 2020, our fire chief or deputy chief at the time was stipend at $2,500 per year. 2-3 years ago, we transitioned that to $20,000 or up to $20,000, based off working 999 hours throughout a year as a part-time position. And it worked. It was better than what we had before. However, it lacks consistency and reliability for me. Again, the person who previously filled that role was a full-time individual for the town of China Grove, and I may have him for half a day one week, I may have him 3 days the next week. But in terms of delegation and the sharing of responsibilities, and more importantly, having somebody there beside me to lead and guide our organization consistently, I never had that, and it was no fault of his. It was just a part-time position. And so I think out of everything in my presentation, if I had to say anything was like a big wish today would be that position. Again, I can only elevate our organization to a certain extreme. And there is to a point where it's no longer manageable with myself alone. And so just seeking that support and that assistance. And it would be pretty nice to have somebody else show up at fires in the middle of the night besides me too. As much as I do enjoy that, I like getting some sleep from time to time. Any questions about that position? And I don't think that was something in the pay study that we even looked at because it was a part-time position, so I have no clue what that salary would look like. All right, next slide, please. All right, so don't throw any fruit at me yet. Additional firefighters. Again, looking to the future, Anywhere nationwide, ideal staffing is 4 to a truck. NFPA even sits there and tells you that it is not a certified engine company without 4. However, again, NFPA is simply a recommendation, and you look at budget, we would all go bankrupt regardless to who you are if you followed every NFPA recommendation. But there are some perks to having 4 people on a truck. The delegation of duties, how safe that they can perform their job. And me and Heather were talking this week, is even as simple as I have a fireman that wants to go take a certification class. If I had a 4th fireman on that truck that is assigned to that truck, that fireman goes to class. There's no stressing over who covers the shift. There's no overtime. There's no more of me working shifts, because minimum staffing would still be 3, but we would just incorporate daily staffing at 4. So it allows some freedom and some opportunity for development of the additional staff as well. Any questions on that? Awesome. Next slide. Fire engine replacement. So again, we're getting ready to put one in service tomorrow. But getting on the radar, what is the plan to look to the future, and how are we going to go about replacing this truck that we're putting in service tomorrow? We'll go back to 95. You know, they ordered our E1 and took delivery of it in 95, put it in service, and not even 15 years later, they were putting the E1 or the Seagrave in service. And so the reason that the E1 is in such great shape today and has only 24,000 miles is because it was replaced at 12 to 13 years. What I am fearful of is that I don't want us to get in that position to, like we are today, struggling to replace a 30-year-old fire truck, right? Any of us, if we have a car at 30 years, you've already replaced that car. Chances are you're not going to turn around and want to buy the 30-year-old car. And the fire truck industry is showing to be the exact same way, right? Again, NFPA recommends that at 15 years it goes to reserve status, and ideally by year 20 it's completely replaced. And so you have very few organizations that are willing to buy a 30-year-old fire truck. And you know, and it's hard to compare that to, let's say, my chief's vehicle, where I may be replacing it for resale value because of mileage. We'll never want to truly replace the fire truck due to mileage. The mileage will be low, but the wear and tear of a 46,000 pound fire truck is what is going to want us to replace that. The idle time, again, mechanically, the 95 is amazing, and I wish I could keep it over our Seagrave. Because last year alone, the Seagrave was what, 12,000, I believe, in maintenance costs. The turbo blew, the water pump went out, and again, our call volumes increased. We went from 600 to 1,500 in 4 years. But having that improvement plan, that capital plan, and the apparatus replacement plan, to just know, okay, at year 12, are we going to start this process? At year 15, are we going to start this process? Because what now today takes 4 years to replace a fire truck, who knows what it will be in 10 to 15 years. And then lastly, like I've already hit on, it would aid in the surplus process of that truck. Any questions? All right, next slide. So retention of staff, again, I know we've hit on this, especially the competitive salary portion. I think we spent enough time this morning discussing that. But the next bullet points are things that I have heard straight from the mouth of the staff, right? And I'm nothing more than the vessel that's relaying it from them to you, because I feel that if it's important to them, it should be important to me and us as well. So one of the things for morale that has been discussed and brought up was birthday leave. And that's something that the city of Kannapolis implemented a year or 2 years ago. Sure, there's going to be some sort of cost attached to that. But you get, if you're an 8-hour employee, 12 or 24, you get that period of free time off the month of your birthday. And it's that simple. But to those staff members, and having a part-timer that works for the city of Kannapolis, he's like, dude, that meant the world to us. That, hey, this is your birthday month. One, we know it's your birthday. Go take a day off. Now, obviously, there are times where staffing levels don't allow that, and it becomes for them just a floating holiday that they can use whenever. Leave accrual rates. So I know our vacation leave, we adjusted early on into the implementation of our full-time staff. The one thing that kind of still sticks with them, and I've attempted my best to explain and describe 10 different ways, is the sick leave accrual. And just, it's the simple fact that it takes them 3 months to develop enough time to take one sick day. How do we fix that? I don't know. Is there a fix for it? Maybe, maybe not. And I know some of their concerns comes from comparing ourselves to the city of Salisbury, for example, where they get 12 hours. And again, it is, to what degree do we want to have a policy, or do we want to have a policy that's dependent upon the hours that are worked? That's their mindset. We work at 24 or 48, and so it should be different. And I see both sides. And then facilities and equipment. Again, the fire station needs are their needs. I personally would be fine if our station stayed the same. My office is my office, but I don't live there. And so as we update our facilities, we continue to update our equipment. I think that will aid in the retention of staff. And then lastly, staff recognition and appreciations. So something back, I guess it was the Hurricane Helene presentation, where I gave our staff some certificates that just really, for me and Peter, we were having a conversation to, at what point should some of these appreciations come from the department head, or at what point should they come from the town as a whole? Again, my staff, Joel, and File, I think all of our staff knows that we as the department heads appreciate them. But I think on some things it may hold a little more merit to come from the board or the town manager, or all of us as a unified group to say, hey, we see you and we recognize you and we appreciate you. I think those small things just go a long way. I'm not a certificate and a public recognition kind of person, not me. But the next person may thrive on that. And so just to keep those things in mind, how can we be lenient and flexible on what those recognitions look like and how those can affect morale? Any questions on any of that?
Just a brief comment.
Yes.
And that's something you and I briefly talked on the way out of the trolley earlier. I really like the additional benefits because, talking about pay and things, we may struggle to be cutting edge in pay, but we can be cutting edge in other ways, and offer benefits that maybe other agencies aren't doing yet.
Sure.
So I like that suggestion.
Next slide, please, sir. And this is more of just a recap. Again, we are involved in our community as much as we feasibly at least feel that we can. I'm sure we could always improve. But those are things that we do, we have been doing, and are always willing to listen to the community's needs. How can we benefit them? Because again, in our mind, what we're doing to benefit them may not be what they need. But without hearing their opinions, having them come to these meetings and give us that feedback is kind of hard to gauge. Hey, is what we're doing working, or do you need more or less from us? But again, the fire safety with local businesses, the annual CPR class started this past year, was nowhere near the participation that I had hoped for. Doing it on a Saturday, thinking, okay, if you work during the week, maybe you would be free. And so maybe there needs to be multiple offerings of that, one in the afternoon, one on the weekend, whatever that may look like. Annual open house during Fire Prevention Week. I know we had began the coffee with the chiefs, or coffee with the fire chief, then coffee with the chiefs, and everybody's schedule, we got busy. But I am going to make a commitment to get that started back. Our fire camp each July, that is growing and is getting better and better with each passing year. And then those increased programs we offer to our local schools and our youth. And that is all that I have for you. Any questions for me?
I've got a statement, not a question.
Okay.
I mean, from both what we've heard from you and from Chief File and the tour that we did, I think taking stock of where we are right now and looking back where we've come from over the past several years. It's nothing short of miraculous.
Absolutely.
It's because of the leadership of y'all and the vision that you've set forward, Peter, you as well. So thank y'all very
Absolutely.
much.
Thank
All
you.
y'all.
Do y'all want to take the 15-minute break now, or hear the last presentation?
Let's take a 5-minute.
Take a 5-minute break. So that'll get us started.
Yes.
Okay, I think, we're ready to get going. We went a couple minutes past our break, but we didn't do too bad. Next session is titled Stormwater and Dam Safety Project Updates. So we can go ahead and get started. Whoever wants to go first.
That would be myself.
We're ready.
Look at him over there fighting with who's going first. Is that what I'm saying?
No, it's just we.
You don't know what left over
So,
there.
I'm the only one left. So, we went over some of the, when we did the tour on 17th Street today, some of the projects that we've got going on between the, Chicken Springs Dam, the 17th Street, and then, of course, we're also in the process of doing the stormwater inventory. All three of those are through our engineering firm, which is Hazen Sawyer. And we have our senior principal engineer, Laura, is online with us, and they are going to give us an update on where we are with these three projects.
Thanks, Joel.
Yes, ma'am.
I will start. Can you all see my screen?
Yep.
No, we see you.
Do you see me? Okay. Let me figure out how to present this. And
Share screen at
Sorry.
the bottom.
I'm sorry, what was that?
Is it share screen at the bottom of the page?
Maybe like this.
Oh, I see that now. Thank you. I'm used to Teams more. So let me share that and then go into present mode. There we go. Okay. And now, can you all see my screen?
We still don't have you, Laura.
Oh, you don't?
that-
Okay.
Yeah, there should be a green
there we go.
share button.
There.
Here we go. Now I think it's,
Okay. Thanks. Sorry about that.
there we go.
There you go.
All right. Well, yeah. Thank you all for giving me the time to present on these three projects today. So as Joel said, I'm Lauren Salibi with Hazen and Sawyer, and we are working on three different projects with you all right now. And I'm mostly involved with the 17th Street Stormwater Improvements project, but I'll also touch on the Stormwater Master Planning and the Chicken Springs Dam project that are headed up by some other folks here at Hazen. So I'll start with I'll start with 17th Street Stormwater Improvements and just kind of give a brief rundown for those of you who may not be familiar. And so the purpose of this project overall is to alleviate the flooding on 17th Street and to improve both the stormwater infrastructure, both the pipe system and the channel system there to both decrease flooding and also minimize erosion in those channels and in turn improve the water quality. And so this is kind of an overview of the infrastructure improvements that are proposed as part of the project. So first, the storm profile improvements on the east side of the street, including driveway improvements, drainage channels, and erosion control measures like riprap aprons. Also roadway and sanitary sewer improvements along the section of 17th Street, curb and gutter, curb inlets and stormwater pipes, and storm profile improvements as well on the west side of 17th Street. Kind of the same features as on the east side, but I'm sorry, this bullet moved, but on the west side is where the curb and gutter is being added, where there was only a small portion of curb and gutter before. We're continuing that down the length of the road that we're impacting. And then along with those come relocation of utility and other structures, and then the erosion and sediment control activities and final grading. And so I'll go back actually. So in putting together this design, Well, let me back up a little bit. So we initially applied for an ARPA grant for this project, and we were awarded that and anticipated at the time that that would cover both the design and the construction of this project. As we got more into the design of the project, we realized that the construction cost would be higher than anticipated. So we broke up the design into 3 phases so that in hopes that that will help, we can get the contractor bid for the 3 different phases and determine if we need to bite off a smaller portion initially to use the ARPA funds, and then we are seeking other funds, which I'll get into in just a moment. But I'll go through kind of how we broke up the phases just to give you a visual. This is starting at the downstream end of the portion of 17th Street that we're working on. So to orient you, Pickett is downstream a bit in this direction, the Pickett crossing with 17th Street. And so this slide shows you essentially the base bid that we believe should be covered by the construction of this phase should be able to be covered by the ARPA funds. And this includes, this is the end of the curb and gutter system that we're proposing with outfall into the channel. And then you'll see the driveway improvements, road improvements, grading in these channels. And it might be a little hard to see, but there's an addition of pipes through additional pipes under these driveways and channel improvements. And then curb and gutter running the length of here and discharging. And you'll see this also includes sanitary sewer improvements. And then I know this may be a little bit hard to see. I was trying to fit it all on one slide, but this is the alternative 1 essentially. So like the next phase, moving upstream, similar work, roadway improvements, driveway, curb and gutter along this side of the road, as I mentioned, and then driveway culvert improvements as needed on both sides of the road. And then lastly, again, I'm sorry, this is so small, but kind of alternative 2, this is the final phase of the project, bringing us up to the upstream end, almost to the intersection of Rowan Avenue. And this includes, there is an existing stormwater system, buried system on this side of the road that's on private property. And we are mostly leaving that in place, but making some improvements to the inlet here so that so that this channel that comes in from the west, kind of above 17th Street, that will discharge into the curb and gutter system. And we're kind of rerouting that so that it stays out of these people's yards and does not flood those especially. So I'll pause. That was kind of a lot. I'll move on to some next steps we're taking in schedule, but I'll pause just to see if there's any clarification needed on that. I'm not hearing any rebuttals, so I'll keep on moving. So one, as you can see from those drawings, the design of this project is complete. There's one kind of final item we are working through are the acquiring the easements. So I've noted here just to touch on this, and I know this was in the packet that Anna sent out as well. But these are the 4 easements that we are working to get now. They are these 3, 207, 417, and this property that's the address is 0 Spencer, so I put the owner's name here to identify it. Those we will need permanent easements for, just because we are, it's for grading the channel, and in the case of this property, adding the head wall here in this channel, and so just needing permanent easements so that those can be maintained as needed. In the case of this property, 408 on the side of the road, this is just a temporary easement needed. And there are 2 other temporary easements needed. This one that's very small, that's upstream of this 207 property. That one we've already gotten permission from that homeowner, and then this temporary easement is on Town of Spencer property. So these are just the remaining easements that we are working through. And that brings us to an update on the schedule. So as I mentioned, we were initially working under the ARPA funding schedule guidelines, which is basically the most important date regarding the ARPA funds is that all funds must be dispersed by the end of 2026. And so laying out a schedule for that, we're planning on advertising the project for bid in April, which means opening the bid and selecting the contractor in May, board approval, execution of construction contract, and possibly beginning construction in June or July. And then anticipating about 9 months of construction. That is taking into account all 3 phases. So likely, if with just the ARPA funds, if we go through the bidding process and decide to move forward with just 1 or maybe 2 phases of construction, it would likely be able to be constructed in a shorter timeline than the 9 months. So that gives plenty of time there for the ARPA funds. And then you'll see the kind of gray bullets that I put in are that at the same time, we're working on securing more funds from we initially submitted for the FEMA BRIC program, which this is a little confusing and I'm still trying to understand. But so we submitted for BRIC funding through that was in December of last year. We submitted a letter of interest, and we received word that we could move forward with the next step, but that actually North Carolina for these infrastructure projects that we fall into with this project, since it's already fully designed, we're not asking for design fee for the second round of funding, that the funds will actually come through North Carolina Emergency Management funding. And so there's going to be more details provided to us by the end of April to get a clearer understanding on our next milestones. But what we do know is that October 31st of this year is when we need the complete design and itemized cost to secure those or to apply for those funds. And so we have that already, but we will learn more at the end of April or possibly before about what other steps and deliverables we'll need to present to move forward with that funding. And so we're in a little bit of a gray area with that, but the good news is that we were told that we can move forward, and there will likely be there's funds that we have the opportunity to obtain through this process. And so the thought is that
comment.
Yes, Peter.
Okay, thank you. So just to make sure we're clear on that timeline, so we're going to go to bid in April, and hopefully, depending on how the bids come back, proceed with as much of the project as we can fund through that original ARPA. It's ARPA funds that the state DEQ awarded to us, which is shy of $2 million for construction. I think once you get the design out, we're in the neighborhood of 1.6 million or so, somewhere in there. And so then whatever's left is what we would be seeking to apply towards this October 31st deadline with the BRIC FEMA funds that are also being administered through through state agencies. And so we're likely going to be getting underway with a contract in the midst of then figuring out what's left for other phases to be hopefully funded. And would you agree with that, Laura?
I do, and it works out well because yeah, I said that we had the design and itemized cost, pretty much ready. So, but what will be helpful after we bid the project in April, May, that then we'll know how much of the project we're able to move forward with the ARPA funds, and then we can revise the design documents and costs to make it clear, exactly. We essentially asked for the remainder of our anticipated construction costs beyond the ARPA funds. That's what we asked for from the BRIC funding, which now it's administered by North Carolina Emergency Management. But we can then, once we have the amount that the contractor has bid for the project, we can fine tune that and make it clear to the on this second funding round exactly what we're asking for and exactly what work is left to be done with these funds that we're asking for. Any other comments or questions on that before I move on to the other two projects that we're working on?
Sounds like not.
Okay. There we go. So moving on to another ARPA-funded project that we're working on, the stormwater master planning efforts. And I believe that some of you got an update on this recently from Gravere and Tom, who are heading up this project now. So this effort is to evaluate the deficient areas of the stormwater infrastructure in the town, set up a database that can be used and updated by you all after we deliver that to you. And the outputs from the modeling that we're doing and the database and infrastructure inventory can be used to help you all determine prioritization of projects and which infrastructure and capital improvement projects to move forward with to help with both a number of things, different flooding issues or infrastructure deficiencies and water quality improvements. And so where we are currently with this is setting up the models. The surveyors will be going out soon with, I believe, this month to get more information on the stormwater infrastructure for this inventory. That will be put into, those inputs will be put into an asset management database that we'll come back to you all with for input. And then we'll continue working through the modeling to fine tune and help identify the projects to move forward with, or to help prioritize those. And so this shows, these squares show stormwater infrastructure structures, and they're rated for priority, high, medium, and low, as coming from anticipated kind of risk is what the coloring is based on, and from input from you all on problem areas. And so these are the structures, and this is basically the infrastructure that the surveyor is working on collecting more data on. So to make sure we have a complete inventory for this area. This is a detailed schedule. I think the kind of most important point on this is that this also, I'm sorry, it's kind of cut off a little bit, but most important point I think is that this is under the same funding deadline, the end of 2026, as the 17th Street project. And so following this schedule, there's still some wiggle room, anticipating ending in May of 2026 with the draft final deliverables. So give some time to finalize things by the end of the year if there's any kind of unknowns that creep in. And this slide just shows kind of a little taste of what the database will show and be able to be used for by you all. So this will be a live database that includes the condition score of different assets so that it can be updated, it can be checked, it can be used for prioritization and maintenance. And you can do more objective planning for those capital improvement projects and determining where best to utilize the funds that you have. And this slide just shows a snippet of like an example of the modeling that will be used to identify issues and to prioritize potential stormwater projects. And so this is just a depiction of flooding in areas. This is from another project. But this just gives you an idea of kind of the data we'll be using to feed into the dashboard so that it can be used by you all to determine which projects to do when. And I think, yeah, that wraps it up for the stormwater planning project, unless there's any questions on that.
Any questions, board? Okay.
All right, great. I'll just move on to the Chicken Springs Dam project then. And so, apologies, I'm going to do a little bit of reading off the slide because this is probably the one I'm least familiar with. But so this dam was inspected in 2023 and there were deficiencies found. And so Hazen, you all contacted us and we completed the EAP needed to receive approval from DEQ in January of last year. And you may be thinking, oh, that was a long time ago. And yes, we were supposed to be awarded, we got approval and kind of been waiting for next steps from NCDEQ since then. And so we're in a little bit of a holding pattern with this because that grant funding has yet to be awarded. But we are continuing to reach out and try to get as much information as possible.
Laura,
But-
this is Peter with
Yes.
a
Uh-huh.
question. So is it that none of those program funds have been awarded yet to anyone, or do we know anything
That's
about
correct.
the timeline?
Yeah, unfortunately, I don't have a good estimate of the timeline, but yeah, that is correct that it just hasn't been awarded to anyone yet. Dave did mention that he knew that some people were getting requests for additional information recently, which we have not received a request for additional information. So that likely means that they have what they need and don't need additional information, but it could also mean that they just haven't quite gotten to that stage with us and may be reaching out for additional information relatively soon. It's just a little, it's been a little bit of an opaque process. So, yeah, I wish I had a little bit more of an update on that. But I do have some other, looking at Dave notes, but so one more note on that grant is that it's a 35%, 65% match. So the town will need to provide about $100,000, a little over $100,000 in funding is what's anticipated. And sorry, apologies. I was just making sure I said that correctly. But yes, and the design and permitting is likely to take about 12 months once we have secured those funds from the grant and can continue moving forward on that. And I think that's mostly permitting timeline. So, are there any other questions on this project?
Is there a time frame for the use of the money when the grant is awarded?
That is a good question. I do not have an answer on that, but I can reach out to Dave and ask him, and can send a note to Peter so he can distribute that information.
And is this federal money that is allocated already to North Carolina?
So
I do believe that's the case. But again, I might need to, before I can get a more concrete answer from Dave and get back with you on that.
Thank you.
Any other questions on either this or the other two projects?
Board, any questions? I don't think so. Thank you, Laura.
Thank you, Laura.
Thank you.
Thank you all for your time. Good rest of your day.
Thank you. All right. Consensus building.
I think I'll step up to the podium if that's all right.
No, that was it.
The agenda allocates, I believe, about 40 minutes for consensus building. I was sitting there thinking that's a lot of information to build consensus with only 40 minutes. But no, it's been let me say again, it's been a pleasure to be here, and I really do commend staff and the board for putting together a really packed but great information in your planning session. I noted when I worked on the core plan that Town of Spencer had a lot of really progressive things taking place. And I see just the continuation of that as I've been here. And I commend you. I liked what Mayor Williams said when we first got together, or when we first met yesterday, something to the effect that, it's sort of time to take the next step. I mean, you've done so many good things in the last few years, and now it's time to move forward. What I'd like to do is just take a couple of moments. I've been taking notes, and let's just talk about some of the key elements I've heard. And I'm sure I'm going to miss some things, and no, I've not written down every detail. There's been a lot of great detail in all these presentations, but I just want to talk about some of the key things I've heard and let y'all fill in things that you want to talk about more. I don't think we can honestly talk about every single line item or everything subject that was brought up. And of course, part of the budget process is, things can continually change, even up to the minute you adopt the budget. I know I heard grants mentioned a couple of times. Well, we all know, I mean, in my job at Commerce, we deal a lot with grants. And with everything going on in Washington right now, and there's so many things up in the air about federal grants, I mean, it leaves a lot of people really scratching their heads with what do we do? How do we predict? We don't know. I mean, there's so much uneasiness going on right now. So there may be even more unpredictability this budget year than in a normal year, because that's just the way things are. So we all know, and anything, I guess the reason we call it consensus rather than, there's no final action, because again, as a board, you're legally able to make changes and up to the last minute, and that's why you're able to do budget amendments throughout the year if you need to, and you have that. The only thing you can't change once you adopt the budget is the tax rate, but everything else you can legally change as you need to. But just some things I heard from the session. We heard the financial update, and there's with a project about a 4% increase in sales tax this year, and a conservative approach would be to look at hopefully 1% for the upcoming year, and may even need to check on that with some feelings about maybe way the economy's going. There was some questions about maybe why the vehicle tax is a little bit behind, and that could have to do with the delaying billing. The property tax has, and I stress the word potential, to have significant growth over the next few years. Very significant. And some of the things that Steve presented, and potential industrial growth and residential growth. So that's obviously a very, very positive. Well, we got into the presentations, and again, I'm just hitting highlights. We talked about a potential traffic study, and there seemed to be consensus that that was needed, and all these things are provided allowable. I mean, the available funds. An in-depth conversation about your paying class study. It seemed to be a lot of talk about do we put funds or allocate funds more towards the middle, or keeping our entry level competitive. And of course, there's a great need to do both. But to me, from what I heard, that's one of the biggest discussions you've got remaining during this budget process, is how to address that. And we talked about it. Looks like about $220. I'm just going to say $220,000 to do what the proposal was from the consultant, and knowing that there's no appetite for a tax increase this year because of the one you had last year. That's something that's going to have to be, going to have to be looked at very hard. We had a very, very good tour. I enjoyed looking at the sites. I thought the stop at the Sandbank Forest at the future site of I just called it the Activity Center. Has a lot of potential, and Joe talked about applying for Partif grant there. I know you had a Partif grant to do the park out here, so you've had success with that. And then that can require an in-house match, as you know, for that as well. But some very, very exciting things could happen there. Very, very, very good in-depth presentations from your police and your fire chiefs. I sort of broke the police chief presentation down into 4 things: his vehicle replacement program, and then the capital outlay needs. He was asked, you know, if you had to prioritize on your capital outlay, and he mentioned some things that he had to wait on, what might be able to things, you know, be able to come to take off of there. I think the vehicle replacement program is one of those. Clearly, if you don't do that, if you don't continue with that, you're just going to get behind down the road. So sounds to me like that's the one that's probably, and there are some options that you can still look at this year. I hear, Chief, you're waiting on some information, but it sounds like you at least need to keep that rotation going, to keep that where you want it to be, even though 26 was going to be a pretty big hit. And then a couple of reclassification of positions, and possibly even some additional employees based on this growth trend. And again, we're going to come back to these. I'm just sort of giving you the main highlights as I heard them. Fire chief also had a great presentation, talked about space needs. There was talk maybe of you've got your existing station and the need for probably an additional satellite station in the northern part of town, as I heard, which may mean maybe you renovate the station you've got now in anticipation of building one in the north. There are obvious equipment needs. I heard the chief say that, and you correct me if I'm wrong, maybe your most biggest existing need is the need for the deputy chief, just to give him some backup that, you know, times he needs that desperately. And the situation he's got now, when that person has to be, you know, or working for his full-time employer, that's very, very hard to get. Then we also talked about, as growth occurs, a need for additional firefighters, another engine at some point. And then he also talked about the retention of staff and the importance of that. And of course, I think everyone in here would talk about how important the retention of staff would be. And then the last presentation was about stormwater needs and use of some of your ARCA funds and maybe some other potential funding to address that. So I just want to first of all ask, is just a real broad overcap of things. Is that a fairly good overcap, or is there some glaring area I'm totally missed that we want to spend a few minutes talking about? Like I said, I know there was a lot of smaller things in there, but if any staff person or council, I apologize for calling y'all council. I know you're aldermen and older women. I'm sorry. I normally my whole career I dealt with council members, and most towns are council members, so I apologize for calling you a council when I know you're aldermen and alderwomen, so I'm sorry.
When we get big enough, we'll be council people.
I apologize, but I've done that the whole 2 days, and I apologize. But
I think you've summarized it.
Yeah.
Yeah, you know, one of the things that I have heard, and I appreciate y'all being looking to the future, right? You know, when we're talking about putting a new fire truck in service tomorrow, yet we're having the forethought to think about, all right, well, what about the next one down the road? The one thing I think that we haven't done is document that. And so we've got a strategic plan that really kind of leads us maybe in 5-year increments, but what we don't have is, say, a 20-year CIP that outlines all of these things for our department. And I think we're going to have pieces of that. Our stormwater plan should outline those sorts of things. And I think our department heads have started to outline that. I think that we really need to have where we pull it all together by departments and have that 20-year plan that outlines what we're expecting to spend over those years, to be able to forecast that. Because that, to me, that's the one piece of our strategic planning that we're missing, is the long-term CIP plan. To help us kind of begin to prioritize those. Because, I mean, the reality is over the last several years, there have been some things that have snuck up and surprised us. And it was just because that planning years ago wasn't done to make sure that we don't get into that situation again. I think it's important that we outline that. You know, I think what we've heard today, there's still a lot of needs. We've achieved a lot of objectives, but there are a lot of needs out there, and they've got big price tags to them. Some of them long-term, which is good. It allows us to plan for it. Some of them are staring us right in the face. And I think the reality is we're going to have to make some compromises one way or the other. And so I think we need to understand what are the most important things going into this year's budgeting cycle for next fiscal year, and really maybe over the next 3 years. What are the most important things? And I wrote down a couple things as far as priorities, just to kind of pull them all together. And I think you've got one big priority is class and compensation plan implementation, fleet replacements and upgrades. We heard additional staffing needs. We heard equipment needs, and then we heard infrastructure project improvements. And so you've got a total of 5 different kind of core areas there. And I think that's what we've really got to hone in on is we can't place all of our eggs in one basket, but we also can't do it all in the next year or next 3 years. And so I think we need to understand what's the priority, what has to happen versus what we can maybe begin to implement, but not have to do it all at once.
I apologize for one thing too, but when I was making my notes, the one thing I forgot to mention, I think it's known when I was talking about salaries, there was also a couple of mentions too about how important it is to keep public works salaries where they need to be as well, because that had gotten behind. I certainly don't want to leave those guys out, because sometimes when those type functions don't get done, that causes people to yell the most. So yeah. I had that on my list as well, so I want to be sure and add that also. Mayor, you just mentioned, and I was trying to write, comping class, fleet, additional staff, equipment. What was the 5th thing?
Infrastructure.
Infrastructure. I want to be sure and get a note of that. Are there other comments from the older people?
I'm going to say all the information that we received today was very vital. And as, the Mayor stated, it's important that we strategically think ahead instead of, just for right now as well, because that's what's going to help to grow the town, and we have to try to make the best decisions for the staff, for the community as a whole. And the tour was very much, received, I believe, by everyone that's here today. It was exciting to see some of the things that are changing, some of the growth that's taking place, and just viewing some areas that I normally don't see on a daily basis. Thank you, sir. Appreciate it.
Other comments?
I think it's, I made a comment this morning right off the bat that, we need to keep our tax rate flat. And maybe I need to back up on that to a certain extent, because there's a lot of needs. I wish the public would understand what these needs are. I mean, we, like the Mayor said, it's going to have to be compromises now. We're going to have to, some things we're going to try to do. I think people are the most important thing we have. We got to keep them going. That's the key thing as far as that goes, because the people make the difference in whether we've got a good community or not a good community. But to the same extent, we can't compare Spencer to Salisbury or to any other town. We have limitations, and I just hope our employees and some of our needs, people will understand we can't afford all these things. it's great that I understand. I wish we had $6 zillion so we could do all this thing, man. I keep talking to Hannah over there about, you need to find some money somewhere for us. But
I just wish Steve lived in a $100 million estate. That'd be great tax revenue.
If I may, on that note, of course, it could be that in 3 years, we were speaking very differently about our assessed values and therefore some of our revenues. That's a positive trend, but we're still in a crystal ball moment to some extent.
Here's the thing about it, we'll grow, but when we grow, we'll have more needs.
Yes,
absolutely.
And keep in mind, there will be a lag in revenue because of tax incentives on some of these large economic development projects.
Yeah.
And so there's going to be expectation that you have to serve, but you're not going to actually see that revenue for a few years after that. So this is something we need to keep in mind.
Maybe an important question is, what can we afford not to do?
Yeah. So that's a great question. And so as I look at this, Steve, I agree with you. I mean, our people are our most important asset.
Absolutely.
And so to me, it's like retaining what we have, and that's through the cost and compensation plan. That's critical. That's probably the priority number one, at least in my mind. Because the reality is, it doesn't matter if you have all these new vehicles or equipment, for that matter, if you don't have the people that can operate it. The other thing I look at is our infrastructure, because our taxpayers expect tangible results. They don't see tangible results in people. I mean, in the interactions they have with them, yes, hopefully they do. But they don't see tangible results in new vehicles. They don't necessarily see it in new equipment. They don't see it in additional staff positions. They see it in the tangible work products and things like infrastructure and things like that they experience. And so I think that needs to be another priority, although that's an expensive priority. And we've talked about ways to get around that, doing not only some of the big proactive projects, but some of the reactive maintenance, amping that up. To me, those are the two biggest priorities, because that's what our citizens are going to expect. They expect to see tangible results. They can't get tangible results unless we have the people, the quality staff to do that. And we have those teams in place. We just need to be sure that we're able to keep them. So for me, the class and compensation and the infrastructure piece of it are of utmost priority. And then I think we need to meet these other needs, but we need to figure out how we do that and how we implement that over a series of years, not just 1 year, because it's obvious. I mean, we've seen it. We can't do all of this at once.
So one other thing, and it speaks to that about can't do it all at once. As I was doing some of this historical research, there was a lot of our early years as a town. There was a lot of bond issuing, and that's how everything got built. You couldn't do it all at once.
Yeah.
You had to. Well, they had to do it quickly, I guess, and so that was the approach. And I don't know the full history here, of course, of when the last time we even had that conversation, but that is a tool that helps take the burden off of your current taxpayers and spread it out to help let future users help pay for it too, while meeting the demands. And that may be, I'm curious, just, of course, that doesn't mean it's free. Bonds still cost money to pay the debt service, but what is the appetite of us exploring opportunities or options, related to that, whether it be related to our facilities, like a fire station project, whether it be bonds to generally improve infrastructure like streets and sidewalk. There's a lot of ways you can use that as a mechanism for financing public projects. And it's just not a conversation we've had really yet.
Right. And I think that gives our citizens a choice. Is this something that they feel is important, right? You have a bond referendum. Do they feel it's important? I mean, that gets buy-in and commitment from them, where they say, yes, we need this, as opposed to us as a board and staff saying we're increasing taxes because we know you need this. We do, like we did last year. It was a need, right? I don't know. I think it's worth exploring.
Absolutely. And people are familiar with bonds because the schools have used them.
You know, the other thing that, Joel, we've talked about is, you know, do we consider a stormwater utility? It's been bounced around year over year, and, you know, I think maybe that's what we've got to assess is some of these things are going to take programs like that in order to get them done.
I facilitated the Salisbury retreat. They had a whole presentation from a consultant about bonds and the mechanisms and installment purchases, and really, really good information. So, I mean, you know all this too, but I thought it was really, really good. I don't even remember the gentleman's name they used, the consultant, but it was just to point out. I mean, I know they're your neighbor, and they're much larger, but they certainly are looking at bonds as well. And just one other thing I'm going to add, and I said I'm not going to assert my opinion, but I will on this one thing. I agree with what every one of y'all said about your staff. When I look back at my career as a manager, I think I did 29 budgets. Probably one of the biggest mistakes I ever made were the years I tried to balance the budget and did it by, I'm not going to say, maybe the wrong place to try to take money as far as you said, Mayor, your most important asset, and that's your employees. Because as the chief, I think he said it's probably about $30,000 to train a new person. That's probably low when you consider turnover and what it takes to train someone. So, and I heard that's what I heard y'all saying, and I'm just saying from experience as a manager, I totally agree. Taking care of your staff is just so incredibly important.
Peter, I'm saying Steve, I'm sorry. Yeah. I'm tired. I stayed up late. We did talk about town, and we talked about. I'm usually loud enough. I don't need that. It's being recorded.
It's being recorded.
We talked to town. Talked to the town. Peter did a great presentation. I learned stuff, and I like to think I'm kind of the historian who knows a little bit about Spencer, and I learned stuff from Steve. Peter.
It's okay. We're all going to start calling him Steve.
I'll just sit right here.
I don't know if it's an insult or a compliment.
Anyway,
please.
Back to business so we can
Peter,
go home. Back to business so we can go home. He did a great job of giving us the history. And he asked a question. He said, you know, how about talking to town? And he said the budget was very interesting because the first thing I learned was I failed to look for the immediate bang for the buck when we were doing the budget allocation. And that was a kind of an eye-opener for me. It was a little change that we made to the budget, but it made the townspeople feel like, yeah, okay, they're not raising my taxes, the money's, you know, they didn't feel the pain, I guess. And he said, what do you want to talk about next? But before I think we start presenting the concept of bonds out to our populace, maybe the next talk of the town should be about bonds. There are advantages and disadvantages. Maybe nobody's going to show up, but at least we will have made the effort as a community to educate so that our people can make right and good decisions. It's just a suggestion.
I heard the mayor say to him maybe the two top priorities to look at going forward in this year are the comp and class and infrastructure, and then then look at the other series of needs, things like fleet, additional staff, and equipment. Is there pretty much does the rest of the elected officials, do you generally agree with that? Maybe for this year, the comp and class and infrastructure, would that probably be two of your top priorities? If not, what else would you include with that, or anything additional, or it's not a right or wrong answer, just what else would you really like for staff to focus on if you have anything in addition to comp and class and infrastructure?
With infrastructure, you, including, our fire and safety and that, would that be part, that's not really part of the infrastructure, is
I'm
it?
thinking more with,
You're thinking about
roadway
roads and,
maintenance, stormwater, those sorts of
yeah.
things. I mean, obviously, we know, like, with fire and PD, those are needs, for additional space, whether it's a satellite location or something. I think the planning for that needs to continue.
Yeah, that's more
But
long term.
obviously, that, like, construction, that's a few years down the road.
Right.
But we do need to be planning for that.
Well, and what about immediate needs as far as equipment and PPE and that sort of thing?
Right.
I mean, you know.
Yeah, I think equipment is kind of important because, like our fire chief said, talking about, we don't want to have to buy all equipment at one time, or fire hoses all at one time. We need to, like we're doing with the police officers, do a little bit gradually every year, and I think that's the way we need to approach the equipment issue as far as that.
But I do think, that we need to be very, very judicious this coming year.
I agree.
With those equipment purchases. We need to take a hard look at that and say what can be shifted.
I agree.
Balanced out. What I don't want to get in is this cycle with
Yeah.
equipment where we're real high one year, and I think we need it to be predictable.
And I think realistically, according to Steve, and I think it's going to happen, it won't be this coming fiscal year, but the following one that we're talking about, we'll see money coming in from the departments out here on Hawkstown Road and the truck stop out here. So that will help right there. Can we get by next year without that help and keeping our tax rate as low as possible and still provide as much as we can to our employees and whatever we need? But hopefully nothing will come up between now and then, and maybe we can use that extra money coming in 2026, 27, to help us out on some of the real needs that we need, that we're trying to put off.
I was going to say, I want us to also keep a focus on public safety, because I don't think anything else matters if we don't keep our public safe. And I just think that's our most important priority, and we really need to consider that. And then, Kyle, even the program you administered was a part of that, because you made living conditions better when they needed to be made better. And that was a safety issue too, especially the lead-based home and everything. So I want to applaud you for doing that. And I don't think the town realizes how far our town has been willing to go to help keep people safe. So I think public safety, I hear a lot of compliments on our fire and police department. And people like the way that it has progressed and stepped up. And I don't want to see us stepping back at all.
I want to make one comment too on the equipment and come back to what you said. I think everyone agrees you've got to buy so much equipment every year, you'll get so far behind. I really think that's where your manager comes into play, working with the department heads to decide, really prioritize what equipment's most important for that year. And I'm sure Peter's going to sit down with all the department heads and say, look, I mean, I don't think anyone's downplaying how important equipment is. And you're right, you don't want to get too far behind, but I think maybe that's the type of thing you have to trust your manager to work with your department heads and say, okay, this is what we think we really need this year. And so that's just maybe the way I think to, approach that the department heads and manager can really hash that out during this process.
I was going to say, to piggyback off what Mayor Pro Tem said in reference to it being a priority as far as the equipment, I don't think that it's a want or anything of that nature. It is definitely imperatively a need, especially if we have equipment that is either outdated or expired, or just as Chief Lanning stated, some of the equipment, Lord say, if he or one of the other members of our organization of the fire department are perished and they check the equipment and it's outdated, that's going to be a burden on not just the town, but on their family and some. So that's something that caught my attention, as well as when Chief Fowl stated, taking the time to research different apparatuses and equipment for the police department and seeing if, working with these people in the community to see if they can hold equipment that we may possibly be willing to purchase and get it at a 40% off or more, rate if it's available at that time. So I think that it makes sense for us to try to stay up on the equipment so we don't have to abundantly buy a whole lot of things,
Yes.
And that'll help the bottom line more than anything, because if we're constantly trying to fix the things, the equipment and the vehicles that we've had, we've already been down this road several times, in the past decade, of continuously trying to patch things up or wait for the parts to come in, borrowing from other agencies. We've been making do, but at the same token, we're losing if we continue to go the route that we went, in the past. So
Yeah, we've got to keep our public safe, but we've got to keep our employees safe too. Absolutely. And I want to thank Joel too for what his department does for public safety. Because y'all are Johnny on the spot when lines come down, trees come down, everything. So I think the public knows that we've got a top-notch staff, and we really do need to retain all of them.
Well, you were talking earlier about the fire chief, talking about, having older, air tanks and older, they're just, and we were talking about too, I'm glad y'all went to automated garbage trucks. It's expensive, but it's dangerous to put the person on the back of a garbage truck to pick up garbage. That's dangerous. So you've done things to tell me.
We were finding that out the hard way.
Yeah, that's just I don't think there's any question you've demonstrated how important safety of your employees is, and you'll continue to do that. So I agree with everything that's been said.
Yeah, I was shocked to learn that a garbage truck is about an 8-year cycle that you need to replace one. So
what else would y'all like to? I know there, like I said, maybe not a whole lot of specific. These have all been great comments, and I'm just going to sort of summarize what we've talked about in a memo form to Peter. But is there anything you really, really think you need direction or consensus on, board or Peter, to move forward with preparing this year's budget? Again, I think events like these are wonderful to set the stage for moving forward, not just this year, but 5-20 years down the road. But is there anything before we leave or I leave that you really, really would like to accomplish at this session, Peter or Mayor or the board?
Well, I think we've been able to accomplish what we wanted to, and I want to at this point just again say thank you so much to everybody for the time and energy and teamwork that went in. This really was all hands on deck effort on a number of ways, and I think everybody probably has seen how that has come across the last couple of days. But I think we still have questions that we won't be able to get the answers to today, but I think we know now where to focus in. I think it will, where I sit today, I think it will be helpful if perhaps we can share some scenarios in April, just to start to paint a not a full recommendation, of course, but just to start to paint a picture of some scenario options, and keep the conversation going. Of course, we don't ever want to just adjust tax rates for the sake of it. But I would hope that it would be okay to have a discussion just to show options of what different factors across our revenues would look like as we're putting the budget recommendation together.
Yeah, I think we need to see scenarios. We need to understand the budgetary impact. But hopefully y'all have gotten kind of the feedback from the board that you need as far as where the thinking is, where the priorities are, what the thinking is related to the tax rates, things like that.
I want to thank you all. I'm only one person, to be honest, with 35 people. I wish more people understood how important it is to come, listen, participate, become a part of the solution, and not just complain about the problem. But I want to thank you all.
Well, thank you for taking your day to be here.
And her
I like to go home and fix the roof. I like it. No, really, I'm dead serious. I really do appreciate it. Trying to educate us and make it better.
And certainly, Jeff, we owe you a debt of gratitude for your time with us and your helping us through this process and just making yourself available in the way you have. I really appreciate.
I'd rather
your
be here
assistance.
than sitting in my basement working on a report. So,
Yeah.
No, I love Spencer, and plus I get to visit my daughter when I come here. So this works out good for me. That's right.
Where's your daughter? Is she?
My daughter works for the city of Salisbury, and she lives sort of near here. It gets closer to Salisbury, but it was 5 miles from here when I went to see her last night on my GPS. So.
The center of Salisbury is 2.5 miles. Don't ask me how I know.
Well, thank you all. It's been a long day, but a very productive day, I think. Lots of good stuff. So thank you all for your time. Department heads, thank you all so much for the presentations you put together. Very, very helpful for us getting a glimpse into the needs of each department. And thank you for what you do every day. So with that, I think we're at the end of our agenda. And so we will entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
A motion by Mr. Muhammad. Is there a second?
Okay.
Second by Ms. Moody. All in favor? All opposed? We stand adjourned. Thank you.